to.
Oh, you just do that sort of pull the trains into a shed, and then upgrade the line, and then change the engines.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds easy.
Well, let me check online content, audio, sound. Yeah, there we go. Open SFX, the Doom soundtrack, important. Oh yeah, I love this. We've got Doom soundtrack, Modern Motion, MS-NSX, Rise of the Triads music.
Yeah. Is that not copyright? I guess it.
No, it's all open. It's all open now.
Oh, because it's such an old game.
No, they it just went open source. Just sometimes they do.
I did have a lot of cheats in that game. I remember I've got the book here, but there are actually shed loads in that game.
I really like. Rise of the Triad was weird because it was kind of the Duke Nukem engine. I think it may have actually been the Duke Nukem engine. I think it was a build engine game.
I still have all the different companies that I made.
Well, yes, they're not going anywhere.
What's the point? Can I buy any of the rubbish ones and then just delete them?
You can do, but we have agreed not to because.
Yeah, you should buy up all your NAF ones and do it again.
Consolidate everything into one.
Yeah, one. Consolidate all your fails into one manageable failure.
The problem is that they are quite successful.
Are they?
Well, yeah,
okay, well, you consolidate them into one larger successful winning company? I don't know. Do we have to have maglev to win, by the way?
No, not at all. It's just easier with it, that's all.
Is it the maglev's faster than the monorail, isn't it?
I'm going to use the alternate sound effects set and see if I hate that any less. Oh. Oh, the sound effects are all very strange, and now I feel slightly orally violated.
Can you be violated in only a slight degree?
I can be slightly violated, yeah. Let me just define violated. Can I be violated a bit?
Violated girly man.
To treat something with irreverence or disrespect. To break or fail to comply with a rule. And to rape or sexually assault someone. So not that one. That would be odd.
But how can you orally
My
violate?
ears. My ears.
How do you
My ears are
violate
being treated with disrespect. Okay, the noise of the farm is amazing.
So I'm playing with no sound on at all. I don't, it's fine, but I don't need like constant.
Well, yeah, that's why I.
Turned it off ages ago.
That's why
I think I've turned it off by deleting something. I don't know what I did, but I don't have any sound when I play the game.
I just turn it right down, and then put some chip music tunes on in the background.
Oh, it's the.
Oh, bugger! So this one hits loads of copyright. Oh, because if you just put it as a monster. No, monster cat next. Good. But I say what it is, I start up a stream and then I scroll down and make sure it hasn't got any copyright strikes. If it hasn't, I'm good.
Right, I've got an idea. Convert. Oh, hold on. Yes, I convert and then the train will go, oh, I don't want to do. So let's just. I need to find all the ones that go this way. That one. Yes, right, you. Go to a shed.
Okay, it's a little bit loud though, because I can't hear you guys, so perfect. Yeah, so Shaka, what you can do is you can work out your richest company, and then you can buy your other companies up with it. We'll allow that.
Yeah, crap.
Game options, interface size, old man. Oh gosh, don't ever choose quad size interface. That, to be fair, the quad size interface looks like the original, but I'm gonna get a screenshot. This is amazing. This isn't how you do scaling, guys. So I'm like, please scale my interface, and it has scaled part of my interface. But not the bit I might be squinting to read. Oh no. That's okay, Dad. I think I will have a look. Oh, I need to switch the mouse cursor around as well. Settings, I think? No. Game options. Sorry, it's under... It is under settings. Mouse? Viewports, that's it. I want move map. No, that's the wrong way around. It's move map with RMB. Oh, no, that's not right. Move. Because you can do it like the right way. So I want to go. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Yeah, that's the other one. So I want move map with RMB mass vision locked.
Oh shit.
So I want to scroll down. That's good. That's good.
Which train's the maglev one? Millennium Z1. Oh, you can refit the train. How do you do that? Oh, that's the convert button, isn't it? Yes?
Yes, yes. I'm just trying to work out whether or not this dialogue should be bigger. I might actually just quit the game and rejoin, because I have a funny feeling that should actually scale. Oh, now I've got really loud Doom music. Trains and hoes. But I swear that was bigger than that. Like the outer bit's got bigger, but the inside bit hasn't.
Okay, I'm struggling here. I'm trying to convert the train. Do I have to pull the engines off? I thought I could just convert the whole bloody thing.
Well, you do it like the other one. There's lots of ways of doing it.
Okay, well, what's the optimum way of doing it? Because I'm looking at... I've got the train in a shed.
So make a new train in another type of shed, and then tell the train to go to the other one.
refit the...
No, you can't. No, you refit. It changes what type of cargo it's carrying.
Oh, I don't want to do that. I just want to change the... Well, it's got a Millennium Z1 electric on the front of the train. And back of the train. But as soon as maglev. Or do I not have the access to the maglev train yet?
Sorry, say that last bit again.
I'm looking for a maglev train.
That's under maglevs. So yeah, that's different. That's like monorail. Like it's railway, monorail.
Yeah, I've got that.
And then maglev. But you have to be in the right type of depot. Are you in the right type of depot?
Oh. Right, so just put a new depot down to start with. That might help.
That does help, yeah.
Right,
let's see what's going on.
Okay.
I remember I had a flow where I would take a company, look at how much money it has, gather it in the bank, and then spend it to zero, and switch to another company.
Yeah, but you can buy shares in the other companies.
Yeah, but that made a clear starting point and ending point.
Oh, no, you can't. Yeah, you can't because I turned it off, sorry. I forgot.
Do depots cost anything to run?
Little
There's
bit.
bit building maintenance, I think.
Should I just have depot for every train line that I make?
Yeah.
How much do you repair the trains?
I mean, they don't cost very much. It's a minimal amount. You can actually look. I can't remember what the button is, but there is a way to look at the upkeep things. No, how much it costs to run it. Sounds, music. Okay, so it's front hand north is fine. How many goods trains have I got servicing front and north? I've got. In earlier versions of Transport Tycoon, you could pretty much place stuff wherever you wanted. So you could put like a dozen forests next to a station. Super fast wood. I don't like the graphics for maglev. It's very hard to see corners and junctions sometimes. They could do with like a guide rail down the middle. Right, why are you slowing down? Why am I in kilometers an hour? Ugh. Oh, is that not on town names, or safe language, resolution, currency? Horsepower, sir. Imperial horsepower.
Is 7 the max length of stations?
I think that's the maximum length I've got it set to. You should never go above 7 because there's a big penalty that gets introduced if you do.
Well, then I can't even attempt to build the 1,000 wagon long train.
You can build a 1,000 wagon long train. That's fine, but it will take a very long time to load. But there's no. If you go above 7 on the station length, there's an inherent hidden penalty to stop you doing anything really silly.
But in the depot, when I'm adding wagons, it automatically splits them to not be in the train.
Maximum. Oh no, we have got it set to 7 tiles at the minute. It's if you make an 8 tile train and an 8 tile station, it's much slower than a 7. There's a massive hidden penalty above 7. That's why I set the maximum train length to 7, to stop you accidentally making really, really, really big trains.
Well, hopefully the climate stays warm then.
Well, hold on a second. I might be able to... Length? How big did you want it? There you go.
I don't know how many.
64 is the maximum. Changed. I don't know whether it will allow you, but changed. See, I don't like the maglev because I think it's quite ugly.
I'm putting a train either end. Is that sensible or not?
A train... What?
On the maglev, I'm putting one either end.
On what either end?
One train, one locomotive either end.
So you're using the Chimera. Isn't that double-ended anyway?
I'm using a Cyclops.
They're all double-ended, I think. I don't think you have a choice. Well, you can,
really?
but don't. I think
Doesn't
so.
work.
Oh no. I mean, there's no point. I mean, you can do, but you don't. You won't have anywhere near enough. You've got enough horsepower not to worry about that. I think the tier 3 one, which we haven't got yet, is a double-ended one.
Okay.
There's something extra cool about when you've got loads and loads and loads of trains that are all going really fast, like that.
Yeah.
Right, so front. See, I keep every time I look at front and north, going, "Oh, there's so many goods." I click and I watch it, and a train rolls in. Like I'm slightly behind on having just enough stuff there. Oh, whoops! I've got a depot here, and I managed to put. I managed to put 2 one-way signals on it, so no train could ever get into the depot.
No.
That would explain why my trains kept breaking down. Okay, so Brindhatten. Oh wow. Why are you like this? Essentially, so Brindhatten, for some reason, just has an enormous amount of trains, and all the rest of them don't.
Trying to concentrate.
Really? Train, bus, explosion. Quick, go now. Sell all my trains. Eat, choose. And maybe not as distracting as I was hoping.
Splits the train at 64 squares.
Yeah, that's the biggest number I was allowed to put in. I've been continuing to think about what game I could do with the ray traced engine. I have still not come up with anything. It's a shame I don't have a much bigger audience. It's something I could just do with having a few hundred people there. Someone will go, "Hey, there was a blah 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 on the Spectrum that you've," I'm like, "Oh."
So what would be a good game for it?
Something with mid 16-bit era levels of poly count. Poly count's really important. I would be struggling at anything above about 500 polygons. Maybe a bit more. I can probably squeeze some more out the engine, but spheres is fine. Spheres are cheap as anything. Polygons are really expensive.
Bubble bubble?
But bubble. How would you do like the dragon in a ray trace? Like if you were to model that, that's like 20,000 polygons.
Well, I was thinking that it has a lot of balls, and if balls are cheap, that would be doable.
Yeah, the problem with that is I also want something that would actually show off the ray tracing. So emotion was one, because that's all just balls. Possibly
What does
vaccine.
showing off the ray tracing mean?
Well, things that look good ray trace, like mirrored floors and balls and things.
Doesn't the random scene look good when it's ray traced?
Not necessarily. Like, if you were to do, say, bubble, if you think about bubble, the majority of it's black. There's not even anything much to see. So it wouldn't look very good.
I guess I was thinking of another game. There was some kind of game where there are balls and then you shoot balls into it.
Pang.
Like, maybe.
Pang?
Like
Pang-
Takeout, but you shoot balls into it.
Well, Pang, you actually shoot harpoons into the balls. Max suggested that one. I was like, yeah, maybe. I mean, something like Zarch, Tower of Babel, Tower of Babel, Archipelago, some of the weird and nowadays obscure assembly line games, but, you know, small polycount games. But yeah, Monkey Ball's it's far too new, Tad. I'm talking about something 20 years older than Monkey Ball. Monkey Ball's a great game, but is, for what I'm talking about, far too high a resolution. What was the other one? Carrier Command. Archipelago is a definitely obscure one. It was a puzzle game. Something like Midwinter would probably be a bit too complicated, but I'm talking about something I can bosh out in a few weeks. Well, maybe not quite an afternoon.
Space Harrier.
Space Harrier is one. So there was a game called Bad Company that is possible. So Bad Company was a flop. It was a total commercial flop, which is a shame because it was an excellent game. So Bad Company was like Space Harrier, only with more depth, a bit slower pace, a bit less, I'll say, arcadey, and was a really good game. And I was like, oh, maybe something like that. I mean, there's a demo doing the rounds. Actually, this has got me thinking about it. Someone developed a chip for the Super Nintendo that does ray tracing, which is amazing. I'll pop up on the stream. It's absolutely incredible. I'll stick it in the... So they developed a chip with 80s level technology that does ray tracing, which is an amazing thing, really. But it has that surreal 80s ray trace look, and it crossed my mind there has never been a game that does that. You always get like weird and wonderful indie games with bizarre rendering techniques. Across my mind, there's not been a single ray trace game, not one. I was like,
Well, I have one idea what could benefit from ray tracing.
Yeah.
Make Portal with all the surfaces being portals.
Well, I can bounce rays 8 times quite easily. I mean, this is even more impressive than the engine I was looking at. This has all got real-time CSG, which is probably quicker than the mesh-based approach that I've got. But my one, basically, it bolts onto Unity at one end and then ray traces in the middle. But the one I was thinking of was... it's amazing, by the way, that we used to play games that played like this. Oh, what? No, run it full screen. What on earth? But yeah, it's... Virus was a brilliant game. But, I mean, it genuinely pulled... when it was busy, 4 frames a second. Like, I listen to music fast than that sometimes. Anyway, it's high-end, probably, 12 frames a second. Virus was an excellent, excellent game. But I mean, if you're looking at that there, if I just stop that there, so each one of these is, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 by 10, so you have 100 squares. That's 200 polys for the ground, plus a little bit for that one. Doesn't so we're looking at 150 to 180 polys there. So that could be doable. And it's interesting because this particular game has been recently taken up by a bunch of people who have made it run much faster on the original hardware. So this is the Archimedes, which is the ARM processor, which now powers obviously nearly every mobile phone in the world. So it's much very interesting that that's still going. But that's the sort of thing I'm talking about, this sort of level. But this would work great for ray tracing because we'd have a shiny ground. Okay, I've got.
Is it possible to switch on auto renewing of trains in depots? I think you said it was.
No, you go to the list of all your vehicles, then manage list, and they should auto renew.
Oh, I see.
Oh, they'll auto renew anyway.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
That's fine then.
So Korhaka, yeah. So I wouldn't be using RTX. I'd be using compute shaders, and the answer is pretty good. I can run at like 1-to-1 resolution with just spheres quite nicely. Because spheres are easy. You either hit a sphere or you don't. And where you hit the sphere determines the angle of the sphere. You know, it's just kind of inherent. So it's really, really, really fast to do spheres. Anything else is not fast. So there's no trivial way of doing that. So in that case, it becomes a lot more difficult. But I mean, I was getting 500 or 600 frames a second with just spheres at a reasonable resolution. But it's weird because I'm only using a couple of percent of my CPU. Because it's almost entirely a GPU based technique. But yeah, it was just I do not know of a single ray trace game out there. Not one, not ever. And the engine that I sort of cobbled together, it's not brilliant. It could be made a lot smarter, but a lot of modern techniques don't apply. Like you can't really do culling because you can't cull what's not in the scene because you have to reflect rays into it. There's stuff like that that's just fascinating. Oh, you don't accept valuables, do you? No, you don't. Good. I mean, ray trace. I mean, there has never been a ray trace game.
Not real time ray tracing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, RTX is not really ray tracing. It sort of is, and it's sort of not. But RTX is something that's just you click it and you get shiny puddles or nice mirrors and things.
Didn't you have the argument that no game can use ray tracing as a core mechanic because the market is so small?
No game could use RTX as a core mechanic because the market is so small. You could use ray tracing. I mean, I can make you a build if you want of the ray tracing thing. You can run it on your one. Now that SNES thing I just showed, that was running at. Now it's interesting because he says it's running at. Was it? 200 by 160, but he's got a very interesting upscale algorithm. So I suspect can't do DLSS, but there is an AMD technique that's similar. So I suspect he's got some clever upscaling going on there, because otherwise those pixels would be chunky. Because you can see the pixels. He's got some sort of smoothing algorithm going on. But yeah, I mean ray trace. That is ray traced. That is properly ray traced. It's not RTX, which is very cool, but is not what I was looking at. And I did look at NVIDIA RTX demo, and I want it. I don't know if it's for download.
How is RTX not properly ray traced?
It's cheaty and hacky and it's not real ray tracing. Is the shortest answer. It's super clever. Don't get me wrong. It's super duper duper clever, but there's a reason real ray tracing you can't really do it. It's too expensive. But this is
right the real time, can you?
I can, like, only because compute shaders are ideal for this, and I have a 3080. But this NVIDIA RTX demo, holy shit, that is something else. And I assume I can download that somewhere. That is just incredible. But my problem with all of the RTX, if you look at it going, but I could do that in shaders, that's not something I couldn't do in a normal shader setup. Whereas the ray tracing I'm talking about, you can't do in a normal shader setup. It's just not possible. But this could all be done using shaders. But I mean, that is utterly beautiful, though. So I want to see if I can download that anywhere. So it's some sort of Marble Madness clone. It's getting there. Another couple of generations, I reckon, will be actually photorealistic.
You said there was a way of turning off all these stupid nag things in the bottom there.
Yeah, somewhere on the set. It's notification. No, it's newspaper. It's
newspaper, news ticker.
No, news ticker is the one that goes along.
Ah. Newspaper off.
No, the newspaper's one at the end, isn't it?
I don't know.
Can't see newspaper. Oh, basic. Okay. Expert. Oh yeah. Oh, that's just the sound newspaper on and off. Yeah, subsidies. You can turn it on and off of subsidies, industries. It's under news/advisors. Are you a profit-making train? Let me just... Is that going to work? Maybe. But yeah, back in the 80s, there was a lot of things that used ray trace graphics, but they would, they took several minutes per frame to generate. But they had a unique sort of style to them, and it's that sort of style that I would be curious to emulate. Now, there's been plenty of indie games that have essentially embraced a graphic style, and that's been all you could really say about it. I mean, Minecraft, is one of them. It had a certain unique look to it, and that's what people talk about rather than the actual gameplay a lot of the time. Limbo as well, another one where had that silhouetted look, which is odd because people talk that about, and I'm like, you guys never played. Oh, bugger, what was it called? Not Forgotten Sword. Bugger. The game with the Amiga that had it. The game was solid black, but behind the game was a nice, pretty graphics. You just saw the silhouette of the gameplay in front of it. I'd like to point out, Maxi, between us, we've got, I don't know how many trains dealing with Punthingly factory, and apparently we're only managing 80% of the goods.
You managed to get chief executive for me.
Oh yeah, but that can go up and down. Let's have a look. Performance history. Who's White? White's winning.
That's the pirate.
Jar.
Yeah,
she spelled it with a J.
Jar.
Jar. Yeah, I mean, I could, in theory, do a fully ray-traced voxel game. because voxels are very optimal, but you wouldn't be able to see very far. And you really wouldn't be able to see very far. Yeah, as Morbit said, 3D construction kit. Or, God, Driller. Remember Driller? What amazes me about the old Freescape games is they put them in on the Spectrum and stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can look here. If you look at this particular screenshot, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20 polys right there. That was the frame rate. Actually, it was pretty good. But this game also ran on the Spectrum, which didn't run very well. God, this game was hard as well. I do like it when you see people doing like a full clear of an old game and it takes 7 minutes. I never completed this game. I never even got this far. And I owned it and I spent a lot of hours on it. This guy's completed the whole game in 18 minutes. Because a lot of the games, once you got good enough at them to go through them, you could complete them really, really, really fast. But the hard part was the iterating of it, just practicing it. Why are you refusing to replace that? Oh dear. No, wait. Yeah, why aren't you what? I think, to be honest, I think I'm going to get rid of my... Don't think I need it. Somewhere on my screen is a depot.
Somewhere.
Yes, I couldn't really see it.
Oh, I didn't realise you can convert depots, by the way.
Oh, can you? Oh, only if they're empty, though.
Yes.
Yes, only if they're... Yeah. Sorry, good truck, best truck. It's time for you to be retired. Yes, I'd like... maybe it's a mod, but one that introduces like hover vehicles at this point.
Or to try and sort of make it more, just push it into further, make the game last longer, basically.
Well, I mean, there's nothing stopping you. I mean, there are almost definitely expansion packs, sorry, new grifts, that will allow you to have better trains and faster trains and goes longer. But, I mean, you can play it forever. There's no reason to stop other than at 2050 it gives us a score, and then we see who did the best and how much Shaka beat us by. I mean, I'm not really trying. I'm just enjoying it, really. Just in
Yeah, I'm enjoying
a
it.
chill way. I'm fourth, which is impressive considering there's only 3 of us playing. Just kind of chilling out. What's tomorrow? Oh, it's Rec Room tomorrow, isn't it? I need to get that ready.
It was good fun, to be fair.
Good. Well, yeah, I can't believe Brett put you on some locomotion-based thing.
Yeah, I was surprised, but
Like-
I didn't vom, so I was pleased.
Did you not feel a bit blah? You felt all right?
After a little while, yeah, but not immediately. Which is of importance, I suppose.
There was a laser tag game that involved a lot of walking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a good. It's not a good idea.
Yes.
But yeah, I genuinely felt sick. I feel sick watching someone else play VR in a small thumbnail. Like, because I'm very sensitive to it, so I can spot it coming, probably much quicker than you guys. So you guys will feel sick and go, oh, I feel sick. Me, I'll go, if I carry on, I will feel sick. So effectively, I feel sick way ahead of you. It's not necessarily any better. But yeah, we'll stick to the non-queasy stuff. I did also think about doing VR, but unfortunately that's not really possible in ray tracing. But the interesting thing is, I said, it just takes my whole video card's all of its compute shader power and just pushes an insane number of pixels to the screen. But I mean, I have been a fully paid up member of the Real-Time Ray Tracing Consortium for about 20 years. But shaders overtook ray tracing. So you can ray trace, you can do it properly, or you can fake it in a shader, which looks 99% as good and runs 2,000 times faster.
Oh, this train is being stupid. I want to send it to a depot. It's like, no, I don't want to go to this depot. Not going. I'm like, there's a depot right there. Go in the depot. No, I can't get into it. Like,
Can it get into it? Which train?
IKEA flatback 2.
I'm sure that the text is broken, mother. I'm sure it wasn't this slow, this small.
I got my text 4 times. So
Yeah, but hold on, let me grab a pic. Like, what, you've got text for? Yeah, you mean the? Hold on. Let me set the picture of the Discord. Tell me if that's what you're seeing.
Oh no, that's still I see. Yeah, that's still screwy.
Yes, because you've got monorail and maglev all bunched together.
A bit of everything,
So IKEA flatback 2. Just tell it to go to the depot.
I can.
There you go.
Just say nope.
What?
Nope.
Yeah, what?
Just back and forth.
There's
literally a depot there. I put the depot in, it missed it. So I put the depot further along, it missed it. Put the depot further along again.
Well, don't give it a choice.
It hasn't got it.
Remove the straight line piece of track so it doesn't have any choice at all.
Okay. Can't come on this conveyor button. Hold on, this one button. I want that one. Move.
What I like about this game is the little problems that occur and the little like it's a puzzle game where it's making the problems as it goes along. Yeah, now make it go into the depot.
Right.
So it's heading for yeah, that's the right.
That's it.
I don't. Yeah, but I don't. Well, you say that, but it might be going for another depot. How weird! I've never seen that.
Depot it's supposed to be in. So. Stupid fucking train. That's fine. Thank you. Now I can put maglev.
I cannot believe I'm still struggling to clear down Brindhatten's passengers. How are we doing? Duplicate orders 5. You are still making tons of money, so time to clone you a couple of times. But yeah, Tower of Babel was a puzzle game where you played a robot and you had to ascend up a big, like, futuristic tower. And that was very cool. I seem to recall being far too difficult for me as a 11-year-old boy. But I don't remember much about it. They had a really cool walking robot. Oh, wow. No, I remember it looking a lot better than that. But yeah, again, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30 polys tops on screen there. Oh yeah, and you could watch your robot from external view and stuff. Something like Starglider would probably be a bit beyond me, but that would be cool. Damocles again. I mean, something that's essentially a simple game it's got not got much of complex rendering or gameplay. So Virus, that I showed earlier, was written in a month by David Braben, who is a very clever chap, having previously written Elite, and then went on to do The Outsider. Whoops! Oops! I just got rid of my light signals. Oh no! Pressed the wrong button. Got rid of signals instead of converting them. Thankfully, all I did then was panic, because that was a great plan.
I have entered silly territory with many of these companies.
Are you trying to make them go bust still?
No, but I'm no longer spending money so sensibly.
Yeah, I mean, I've got millions. I can't possibly spend it. Like, I would have to go out of. I mean, you can spend it. Just raise and lower land in the sea costs a fortune. It's like $250,000 a go. Right, so let me improve you. Bus depot.
How do I unhide ships? I accidentally clicked the button.
Shift 1. What is it? Shift Z or something?
Show all hidden. Okay, that one. Yay, I recovered.
Maybe I should be topical and write a game about driving a canal boat down the Suez Canal.
Stay on target.
It's always boggled my mind they haven't made it bigger. Like, so much. Well, okay.
It was back in 2015, apparently.
Bigger.
Even bigger than it is now.
Yeah.
It's the middle of a desert, that's the problem.
So, again, there's been estimates that they are losing tens of millions of dollars a minute. I'm fairly sure.
That's an exaggeration.
No, don't forget, the whole 10% of the global economy goes down the Suez Canal. 10% of the GDP of the
Yeah, it's just delaying everything by a day or two, isn't it?
but that's great if you've got Super Nintendos, but not so much if you've got fruit.
Well, if you're taking fruit in one of those containers, presumably it's refrigerated.
Yeah, but
that have a self-contained refrigerator.
But that won't last forever. It has a finite lifespan. I mean, whatever you're delivering, if it has a finite lifespan. But yeah, it's always surprised me that they haven't tried to get more capacity through that. And you would have thought there would have been more money by doing that.
Maybe there's a point of being optimal in that if the capacity is scarce, you can charge for it more.
Oh, Quark said they have a bunch of 2 lanes, but not the whole way. And this was one of the single lanes. Even the 2 lanes, I'm assuming doesn't take 2 cargo ships sideways. Maybe, obviously.
Too many vehicles in game. Can't buy ship.
Oh wow. Maximum.
Is that for everybody or just me?
You are allowed 500 trains, road vehicles, aircraft, ships per company. I don't think there's a max number.
So I maxed out my company's allowed vehicles.
Trains.
Sell some. That work.
Yeah, or I can just put it to 6,000. 5,000. There you go. That's the biggest apparently. So hold on. So let's assume. I mean, I agree, Max. That sounds like a big number, but I'm not going to argue. That's the number I've seen. But how many minutes in a year? Cool. That many. Multiplied by 10 million is an extremely big number in words. I love Google. Just typing in think big in words. Oh my god. Wait, what? 1.2 exa dollars? Yeah, 1 to the 12th is... That can't be right. What's 1 to the plus 12?
That's one with lots of naught,
One.
isn't it? Scary big number.
I'm meaning 10 to that.
What? No, 1e12. What's that in a million million? Brilliant. What's the prefix for it? Pico. No, the other way around. Terra. Oh my god, yeah. Not sure that's quite right. Terra dollars does not sound right.
Isn't
Yeah.
Terra just 1,000-fold our giga?
Yeah, but gigadollars isn't right. You don't say, oh, I'm making a gigadollars.
But isn't there like is a milliard or something? Isn't that like a gigadollar?
Yeah, but for some reason it's not bringing it back. But the minus 12 is exa. Anyway.
Oh, that's why it's exapunks.
Exabytes, yeah. 1 to the 12th. But yeah, my
Is that
point
virus
is...
scale then?
Yeah, does that what?
Are the viruses the length of exameters?
No, that exa is the other way. Exa is big. Exa is 1 to the 18. Smaller as deci, centi, milli, micro, nano, pico, femto, atto, yepto, yocto. So millimeters, micrometers, nanometers, picometers, femtometers, attometers, atometers. So a virus would be in the sort of nano to pico size.
And exa is to the big direction.
Exa is the big direction, yeah.
Yeah. So the next one we're going to bump into in the domestic market is, I think, the peta? The exa. And exa is above peta, isn't it? So terabyte, we got megabytes, then you got gigabytes. We're just about edging onto petabytes now, aren't we? No, terabytes, then petabytes. We've got petabytes, then exabytes, isn't it? Yeah. So petabytes, the next one's going to be we'd like to bump into.
Yeah, so I mean, I might be wrong, but if it's $10 million a minute, it's pulling through $562 trillion a year, which is what that's not a number I would argue with. That's not that big a number. Total global GPT. I wonder what it is. Is it in the quadrillions? I don't know. Yeah, so we're at like 87,000 billion GDP. Yeah, the US alone is 20 trillion. So yeah, yeah, that seems about right. I might be off by a factor of 10. So that would only be 52 trillion through the Suez Canal every year. So when you say, yeah, but my point is when Crocker's like, oh, they spent 60 billion widening it, I'm like, right, they spent 0.001% of what went through it widening it.
They were saying on Reddit or something, it was something like 300,000 just to go through it. Oh,
yeah. Oh yeah, they because you don't have a choice. This has always boggled my mind that America hasn't made a canal left to right, like because you've got the Panama Canal. Where is the Panama Canal? Don't say Panama either. I know that bit. Yes, the Panama Canal's there. So why has someone not gone, you know what, we're going to have another canal here, and we're going to charge half as much? I don't know how... We did have a ruler. Show your location. Disable globe view. There was a ruler in this, wasn't there? Oh, here we go. Oh, measure distance. From there to there. So it's 200 kilometres. The shortest part of Mexico is 200 kilometres across.
Yeah.
So you would have thought they'd be like, bollocks to you, we're having one.
So it's going to be continuously through there, that's the problem.
Yeah, but when you are...
Bloody hell, look at all these boats! These
When
are shellkers.
When you're talking about literally taking something away from something that makes hundreds of trillions of dollars a year, it's worth investing in.
Yeah. The shellkers just building loads of boats and just getting hell for leather.
That's the wide experiment.
What is your Cunthring Bridge experiment?
The place name or what experiment?
Oh, well, I mean, you've got something. You have something so big, Shark, I can see it from space. So what's going on?
The white is for boats.
No, you've got Cunthring Bridge. It's a yellow place, and for some reason you've got Cunthring Bridge
I'm
Woods.
building Chicago there.
But you didn't connect up Cunthring Bridge Woods to Cunthring Bridge Airport, which would have actually made it quite interesting.
Yeah, it's more about whether it can fit. The math means it's quite challenging. I got the train. It was quite cheap, but terraforming is kinda expensive.
Yes, it is.
Terraforming?
Yeah, raising and lower the land.
They're not terraforming. Terraforming is changing the land into a habitable thing, isn't it? What the hell is this?
While changing the
Who's
land.
who's put a station a bit of? What is the point of that? Station, platform, station, platform, station, platform.
Because I can't make one fused station, and I want to measure that it's big enough to take the train.
That's crazy. It's just a straight line by Cunthring Bridge.
Yeah, that's what he's fiddling around with. To be fair, Max, you're quite right. It is called the landscaping tool. It is the landscaping dialogue, and it's called raise or lower land. But terraforming is what you call it, just because you're moving the land around.
You're insane.
But you are quite correct. Terraforming is making something like Earth.
Yeah.
But landscaping can also have a whole bunch of other meanings, ranging from garden to your pubic area.
Well, that's a euphemism. That's different.
It is a euphemism, but if I said I'm going to go into the bathroom with a razor and do some landscaping, you're not like, my goodness me, you're going to do some gardening?
Yes, I have lots of potty plants in my bathroom, don't you?
No, not in my toilet or my shower. You might. Yeah, I thought last night. I thought about getting a beehive.
Oh, it's more
Beehive
close
made
than...
pubes. That's disgusting.
No, I wasn't thinking about pubes. I went, I should get a beehive.
It could also be called earth bending, but that's more fantastic.
That's
Earthbending.
That's a bit more. What's the word?
Nutty.
Avatar,
Ah.
which I've still not seen, but apparently it's very good.
What? You haven't seen Avatar yet?
No,
I saw it 4 times when it came out.
really?
This is the worst episode ever. I shall see it only 3 more times.
You watched the Avatar film, one of the worst rated films of all time, 3 times.
Avatar? That's fantastic.
Avatar: The
You're
Last
talking about-
Airbender.
And
No,
you're
just
talking about the
Avatar.
buildings.
Oh, Avatar.
One called Avatar.
Avatar, the James Cameron film, absolutely brilliant film.
Yes.
But you know that isn't a film that features earthbending.
Oh, well, yeah.
Whereas Avatar, the last.
Maybe I've missed something out of the sort of the culture that people
No,
sort of imply.
There's another Avatar, you see, that is awful. Based on a anime, which is very good, apparently. I've never seen it, but apparently is absolutely a wonderful and brilliant story. Never seen it, couldn't comment. Wait, why does that have wood mail?
You know, it does make me wonder sometimes how the algorithm does produce these farms. If I were to put a station down in the bottom one here, Gedham Farm, right at the bottom of the map, well, it's bottom of the map, but it's basically on an island. And in order to get a train to it, I'd have to trample like a large portion of the farm.
Well, yes. I mean,
This is for an iron ore thing there.
kind of a better idea in some of these situations would be to have a vehicle hookup.
These cities generate way too many passengers.
Yeah, I know.
Stations can never be satisfied.
Well, that's not true. Remember, if you're trying to satisfy it by yourself, it might be a struggle. But that's in generally to make it happen, you would want to have multiple people helping. Content starts about 1930s for base open TTD. That there are expansion packs that let you go back into the 1800s, horse and carts and things.
Bloody hell, this bridge is hard. I'm trying to put a bridge in, it's like, there's no LAN to connect to. Bollocks!
There is a maximum length for bridges, but you can always
I can't connect to pin pads.
you can put a little bit of land part way through to make it happen.
Bridge too long. Yeah. Well, I just need to extend an island a little teeny weensy bit.
I usually try and extend it right in the middle.
Yeah. I can just about do that. That is nasty, but it's doable. No. Come on, give me a quote. No, I missed.
For some reason, the computer has decided to build a whole bunch of forests right along my forest line.
So much for a quote. Have a bridge. I'm like, I don't want the quote.
Just press the wrong button.
Fucker. Oh well. Whatever. Can boats go under bridges? I hope so.
Yes. I believe originally he was going to have it so you had raising bridges. And I think there's a mod for it, but it never worked very well. I mean, what would you have back further than 1800? A bloke pulling a cart, a horse.
There's not much you can have what you call it?
Steam?
No, not pre-steam. Pre the Industrial Revolution, I mean.
Well, yeah.
But yes, it would be.
Was it the Steam Age? Yeah, Iron Age, Bronze Age. Do we have a Steam Age? I don't know.
No, it was the Industrial Revolution.
Well,
It wasn't an age, was it?
I would
Much
guess
shorter.
and understood that refers to that time period. But Steam Age is like way shorter than Bronze or Iron Age.
This is the age of the train.
They are not so comparable.
No. What am I doing? Down there. Back that way. Back up. Citizens celebrate a train pulled into a forest. Yeah, I guess, but the boats... quite frankly, it's hard enough to make profit with the boats anyway. So making slower, older boats would be tricksy. Slaves pulling slabs. Yeah, okay, I guess.
Yes, Egyptians torturing the Jews.
No,
Right,
apparently the pyramids were mostly built by highly paid, highly respected workers. I was like, oh, because
Yeah, right.
well, no,
Of course I want you to believe that.
well, no, there's plenty of evidence.
Just a bit of retconning now, I'm sure.
No, like pyramid. I mean, I'm not saying for all things, but pyramid stuff was exclusive and high class. I mean, you were working on, the pharaohs stuff. Possibly not if you were working in other aspects, but yeah, pyramid building was a highly respected and well paid thing. It wasn't done by slaves. I'm like, oh, but now all the jokes are ruined because everyone knows it was done by slaves. Oh god, yeah, and of course, the Egyptian stuff covers several thousand years. So what was true at the beginning of it all isn't necessarily true at the end of it all.
Eels.
And you've got complicated.
Which is better, to send goods to a town that's going every 7 days or every 3 days?
If you send one to the 7, you're more likely to change the number. The more often a town receives trains, the quicker it grows.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the requirements. And at full speed, I think you need 8 stations and a train every 30 days or something. Hey, more bets. Well, yeah, I suspect what it was, Gohak. I said the kings could probably afford to have the good workers. Whereas the, houses and stuff were probably the cheapest of the cheap. But the Wikipedia page basically it gets massively complicated very, very quickly, because what we consider a slave is not what they would have considered a slave. And then you have slaves for life, which means essentially someone you owned had a baby, therefore you own their children, which is slavery. And then you have other people that were essentially contracted, but we would call them slaves. And it's words like, meaning a labourer or a servant. Oh, no, new vehicle.
As opposed to a butler.
I suppose a butler, which obviously can leave. Well, I mean, yeah, butlers are can leave, I guess.
Yeah.
But Alfred would never leave Batman. He loves him too much.
I was googling, and a kilolight year is close to a hexameter.
Yeah, 2 to the 64, just to give or take. That's why Fortschrift's about plus minus 500 light years. Because it's 2 to the 64. But yeah, I find it fascinating. So I said everyone knows that the pyramids were built using slaves, even though it's not true. You get these sort of old wives' tales that just sort of perpetuate, like the one about cranberry juice helping UTIs, which it doesn't. It's definitely perpetuate urinary tract infections. Everyone knows raspberry helps with that. Cranberry juice helps with that. Everyone knows that, and in fact, the manufacturers are quite keen for this particular old wives' tale to persist.
Yeah.
But there's never been any medical studies whatsoever proving it at all.
Or disproving it.
Or no one ever has. Well, who would?
Yeah. What's the point?
Well, because
Where's the money to be made in that?
Well, if you're a cranberry manufacturer, you're not going to investigate it in case it's not true. If you're not a cranberry manufacturer, what are you trying to do? Put the cranberry manufacturers out of business?
Just make him paranoid.
What's about cranberry? Is this big man cranberry?
No. Cranberry juice. If you have a UTI, cranberry juice can help clear up the infection more quickly.
Can it?
No, it can't. It's not true. That's my point.
Fair enough. That's what you guys been up to? Open TTD?
Yeah.
I mean, in all seriousness, Brett, is your mum there? I'm actually being serious.
No.
Don't you live with your parents? I can't remember.
I do, yeah.
Right. Ask your mum if you get a urinary tract infection, should you drink cranberry juice? And I guarantee you she will say yes, because she knows it's true. Everyone knows it's true. It just isn't true. It's one of those things that you get told by your mum, you never question it.
Well, I never got told that. But I'm not planning on getting UTIs.
You're not a lady. Ladies get
I'm not a
UTIs
lady.
quite a lot.
Don't write it down in my purse.
Yes, no, ladies get UTIs a lot more than men because of the length of the urethra.
Yes.
That's piss hole for you. No, you still got, ladies do still have a urethra, Brian. It's just smaller, shorter.
Yes.
You're
piss
piss
hole for you too.
Don't say
you're
piss.
piss hole too.
Don't say piss hole. That's not.
No, it's one word, pistol.
But yeah, Brett, I think you should. This is your challenge. Try and work away so you can ask your mum that without actually having your mum think you have a UTI.
Challenge accepted.
What was the other one? When you abbreviate stuff, you must never use an apostrophe, unless it's everyone knows that. Unless it's an initialism, in which case you should, but not an abbreviation or a acronym. So, NASA, if there were more than one NASA, that should be NASAS, but CDs, because it's an initialism, is CD apostrophe S. Otherwise, you might be making up a word called SUDS. Follow me for more grammar hacks.
Right, so, what do you think? Does that accept?
I believe it's a fairly new rule because it's only been in the last. We haven't really had very many initialisms in normal talk. Yeah, we've got CIA and FBI, but that's about it. But of course, now we have PC and CDs, API, FAQ or FAQ, depending on whether you're right or wrong. Do you guys all say FAQ or do you say FAQ or?
I've never heard it said it as fact, to be honest.
Well, let me Google for you and prove that it definitely is. If I Google an FAQ, that is wrong because it would be an FAQ.
Yes.
And an FAQ is 800. An FAQ is 900,000 results, and a FAQ is 2.1 million. There we go.
That sounds awful.
So a FAQ.
So it just sounds wrong.
Yeah,
to my
so it's FAQ. So it's FAQ. A FAQ is the way that the world says it, with about a 2 to.
An FAQ.
No, an FAQ is about 800,000 hits.
Yeah, but in terms of syntactically speaking.
Yeah, but you can say FAQ or FAQ. Either is.
Yeah.
Because there isn't a consensus, but pretty much it's about a 3-to-2 ratio of FAQ versus FAQ.
What I'm hearing is it's
Ugh,
factual.
FAQ. Yeah, but it's not. It's not short for something.
Short for
Yeah, it's
Frequently asked question.
yeah, but it's not short for facts. Is my point.
Yeah.
It's weird because when a thing comes a thing in itself, it starts to resist translation. And like when I see Finnish text that is part of like internet culture, and they don't want to switch to English in mid-sentence or something. Like,
Really?
you get to see the Finnish abbreviation of it. It feels really weird.
Yeah.
And it has the property that it shares the initials with the Finnish president, which often like has references to that.
Do they often use like English shortenings like LOL in Finland, or is that not a thing? Like,
We are aware, and we might mix English within itself, but it tends to be loaned as a thing in itself. Although I have a particular pet peeve when, like face palming. I have noticed that people use face palming, translating the individual words, and they use the word for tree for the palm.
Face palm treeing.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Wow.
And that kind of things happen if you do the copying and loaning in a arbitrary way, or like.
What you mean to say? That's what happens when old blokes do memes.
It's young people when they don't care about language consistency.
I mean, I think you'd be surprised how many old people do make memes, to be honest.
Yes, but
As you call old.
yeah, but it's more the out of touch generation. That's more the joke.
But I guess, like, just as something's a meme doesn't mean it necessarily is a meme within the youth. Like, you can have a meme that's spread more within older people groups.
You old bastards.
Like STIs in old people's homes.
Oh, Jesus.
Are they much cleaner these days?
I mean, more like maybe you might see memes about, like, references that people from certain age groups will get. Like I quite often see ones on my Facebook from my friends that are, like, about, like, TV series in the late 90s that we might have grown up watching that people of your age might not know as much.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna point out that is a real problem because they know they can't get pregnant, so they don't have to use protection. So that can actually be a genuine problem in old people's homes. So I'm gonna leave you with that thought.
Yeah.
And move on to, so if you ever got any friends who work in, I'll say an obscure field, but a very technical field. So I have some nurses and doctors on my friends list, and they share memes about that. And I just don't get them. So I'm like, what,
Wait, about what? Oh, about the technical stuff?
No, about, like, here we go. So here's one that came across. This was a crossover meme, should we say. I'll pop it in the Discord.
Right.
And I posted, because I get this, and it made me laugh. And then I posted it to my nurse friend, who laughed, going, ha ha, yeah, that's brilliant. Because it works on both. Obscure.
I think I get this, but I'm not sure.
Well, coding is that means they're dying.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're dying in another code from what they died from. So for a coder, that's a good thing. For a doctor, that's really bad. But my point is, I said, so that is to me, that's a software joke. I said to him, he goes, I'm sharing this with all my nurse friends. I'm like, ah, brilliant. But sometimes you see one, like, beekeeping jokes and things like that, and it's just like, I don't get it. A friend of mine posted a question about is it Japanese cucumbers or something? And he's like, oh, I've got my Japanese cucumbers and I think they're ready for harvest, and I don't need as many as I've harvested, so I'm a bit curious how much I think I should sell them for. What do people think? And I always reply with, I can't tell if this is a real thing or you're talking about Animal Crossing, because I don't know enough about Animal Crossing or obscure vegetables to know if this is real.
And to be fair, I see this really in more common stuff. Like I know fuck all about cars, but some of my friends like Reese or Docken, for example, he's like a mechanic. So he and some of his friend group share a lot of like sort of technical like car memes or something, and I don't understand half of them. Also, holy shit! One of my friends someone I knew from school just shared that apparently the place his car was being what the fuck was it called?
Paired?
Something like that. But it caught fire, and this is his car now.
Burnt pile of waste.
Oh yeah.
I'm not actually going to look at it.
Oh, what was it? Was that wait, don't tell me that. That's like is that 350Z? It's a Nissan 3 Series, I think.
I can post the picture of the car that he posted with it, but
yes.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but yeah, it's because you get these sort of Oh man, that's a nice. Yes, 350Z. Might be a 360 or 370. I'm not that good, but oh dearie me.
Okay, so it was the body shop his car was at caught fire apparently.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah, I like it when you get, say, the obscure niche stuff embraces meme culture. So you got stuff like this, which is pretty much for Imprezas and Land Rovers and nothing else at all.
Wow.
You mean for British people? In that part of the
No.
accent too?
Yeah, well, you've got the keep calm and blah. Yeah, keep calm and make sure you have signals. Keep calm and never press the skip signal button. You know, whatever. Is that a British meme? I guess it is. I mean, it became quite well known all over.
Yeah, that is a British thing, and for no essentially other culture.
Well, it was. Yeah, I mean that was sort of. I mean that was from a war effort that was keep calm and carry on. But it became, I mean, you know, literally the original wars, but it became memeified quite recently. Oh my god, Tad, that is a lot of vehicles.
So on a Discord server I'm on, someone that I know who's local, I don't know him in person, but he's a nurse, and he always comes onto this Discord and tells us all the weird shit that happens while he's working. The other day, he got back from work, came onto Discord and said, guys, one of the people we were trying to treat started eating their own shit today. Like stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck? Why?
Why? Because the person has a mental problem.
Sometimes they don't even. Sometimes they just don't want to like live anymore or something. I don't know.
Are they doing it for fun or for other reasons?
They're doing it for fun or for work.
Yeah,
And sometimes
And we've all been there. There's nothing in the fridge. It's just soy milk.
Seriously, fuck eating that shit.
Can I eat my own shit?
Can you eat my own shit hot?
I mean, I assume you can.
Really?
I think by definition there's no nutritional value in it.
It's like rubbing your own turds, I suppose.
Like I'm just checking this guy's message history, but I don't know, to see what stuff I've missed. Like that he said. Like last night he said, "Hey guys, normal day at work today. I got attacked by a patient with a knife today. It's a good job I wear glasses or he would have stabbed my eye out." And he just says that as if it's normal. Yeah, I just got attacked with a knife.
Just normal, yeah.
Oh. Wait, what? Wait, why are these... Oh, buggeration. They were right the first time.
He's still pissed on the manager today. Okay, nice.
Whoops.
Presumably one of those like bowls or whatever.
A
Piss
bowl.
bowl.
Yeah.
How would you like a bowl of piss? Oh, I'd love one, thank you.
Can you drink a diabetic's piss to get nutrients? Yes. Not you'll get sugar out of it, but not much else. You can recycle urine 2 or 3 times before it turns into a very bad idea.
And I think the human intestines are not 100% efficient.
Yes. Well, it's the same. That same way you can breathe in the same air again. Just don't do it too much, or
You'll run out of breathing.
Turn into an MP.
Here's another one. A 17-year-old with alcohol dependency was in today. God fucking damn. Kid has been drinking a bottle of vodka a day since he was 12.
Nice.
Jeez.
Yep. Needs a lot of help. If that's not a joke, I mean.
No, it's not a joke. He's talking
hilarious
about like
laugh.
nothing happened to the hospital. What's this? Oh my god.
I do wish that if people need medical attention, they will seek it and not be worried about being part of some story.
Yeah. Now,
Stigma's the big problem.
well, I think it's a similar thing. Well, slightly similar thing happened when I had my bike accident. What happened to you? Fell off my motorbike. Okay, blah 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 blah. How fast are you going? About 185 miles an hour. Then I got almost always the same response, which was, "You must have been wearing gear." But from one person says, "Well, is the police been notified?" And I was like, thinking, there is no way you should say to me, because obviously if I was on the road, that would not be legal. I'd be going to prison for being caught speeding at that point, yeah? Under no circumstances should a hospital encourage me, under any circumstance, to lie about my injuries in any way, shape or form. Because it was only after I'd been through a few nurses and then someone said, how fast are you going? I said, upwards of 180. They're like, all right, you need to have a full checkup. Because they assumed because I wasn't very injured, I'd come off at 30. When he found out that I'd hit the ground with a relative velocity of 180 plus, that was it. I went in for a full checkup. But yeah, I was very
surprisingly.
Well, yeah, but I was very surprised. The guy going, "Oh, has the police been notified?" I'm like, yeah. My response was, "No, I was on a racetrack." But internally, I'm thinking you should really not have been mentioning that. Have you done any drugs? No, definitely not. Well then, that's fine. But if you say you haven't done any drugs, and now you're going to die, that's what will happen if you lie to us about having done that. So you must never, under any circumstances, encourage someone to hide something from a medical professional.
Yeah. Oh god, here's another one. Apparently there's a guy in his ward right now who's known as the gay punching guy. Make of that what you were.
Well, is he because he punches gays, or because he's gay and he punches people?
Presumably because he's gay. No, because he punches gay people.
How does he check?
I don't know. Maybe he goes around asking if people are gay and it just...
Okay, bang! Wow.
It could be an issue that everybody that is against him, he will accuse of that thing and then attack based on that thing. Like if somebody agrees and you're a communist, you're a bloody communist, and then be violent against them.
But he's not called the communist puncher, is he? But yeah, there's
the same kind of dynamic that if somebody disagrees with him.
Here's another one. This is pretty bad. So when people get uncontrolled diabetes, end up with these huge crispy scabs on their legs. Caught a guy eating his today. I am punished and broken by this job.
Oh.
I know.
Isn't that just gold member?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know.
Have you not seen Austin Powers 3? 2? 3?
One of those. Keep counting, you get there eventually.
Well, there's only 3?
Yeah, he just describes it more as well. So the legs go necrotic and ulcerated due to restricted blood flow. Yeah, which causes these huge scabs about the size of a crisp, and he just peels them off and munches on them.
Does he fry them or?
No, he just eats them.
Just raw. Okay. I mean, it's quite a famous story about a guy who gave himself a circumcision and then decided to eat it. But he chewed on it, he couldn't really do anything, so he fried it and said it was quite nice.
That's terrifying to me. People can work in the field though and expect to potentially die day to day because of people being completely bonkers that they're trying to treat.
Well, yes, and I
very unwell people out there.
I do very much admire anyone who does work in that field. I certainly couldn't do it.
Yeah, I'd probably end up punching them.
I mean, because it's emotionally draining, not because it's hard, obviously. It's not exactly rocket science.
I'm actually having that good for you mentally as well, having to deal with gore and all that shit all the time as well, potentially.
And all that shit, yeah.
I mean, yeah, literal shit in some cases.
This is why it's always surprised me why these sort of jobs aren't much more highly paid. I feel they really should be. Whereas being a CEO on the flip side should be actually quite low paid because it's quite easy.
I'm not sure how I'm not sure how, but another nurse's patient with no legs flung themselves from the bed to the bathroom. As an image. She yeet themselves.
Yeet.
Yeah, but they're far too frail to fling themselves like 5 meters. Oh, the nurse had flung. He was found face down on the bathroom floor. From what we can tell, he threw himself off the bed and snacked his head. Oh dear. How do you... Oh dear.
How do you ... Yeah. Fill in the blanks, people.
Thing why it's underpaid is because such people find meaning in the work. Like if you're an executioner, you might have the attitude, you have to pay me well that I do this job.
The flip
Like go killing people.
Well, the flip side about executioners, of course, is anyone who's prepared to do it for very little money probably is enjoying it and should not be allowed to do it for very little money. It's same with video games coders, because it's quote unquote fun. Please, if you're thinking about getting the games industry, rest assured, a lot of time it is no fun at all. Because of that, it is an extremely poorly paid industry to be in as a rule. Because it's fun.
Oh shit! I better change careers now then.
Hey man,
Still can.
I told you what we are employing you to do is not fun. I don't know how much fun.
To be honest, I'm not finding it that bad.
How long have you been doing it now? 3 days? 4 days?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I mean, I'm not bored yet, so I'll take that as a win.
I hope not, but come back to me in like 4 months. You're like, I don't want to do it anymore. So I implemented every weapon, piece of armor, backpack, gun in the game today. All of them. And that alone was just like, I'm not doing them, by the way. You are. Nah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, but even if the job is not fun, it can be meaningful.
Yes.
So you would like understand why that work would need to be done, even if it was like a really hard thing to do.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
It's not really hard. It's just tedious. This one, so.
What it's like when someone yesterday came in and said, I really, really enjoy Fortress Craft. I'm like, oh, thank you. That really, really is brilliant when someone comes and says that. Like, I really like your game. Oh.
I tracked you down and found that you liked it.
Well, I hope I'm quite easy to track down.
Yeah, I think that's like the game developer equivalent of like some kid going to a YouTuber and being like, "You got me through a hard time," kind of thing. It's like, I liked your game and it really helped me, thank you, kind of thing.
The weirdest one I ever had was at Eurogamer, because a guy came up to me and I was there talking to him and he says, "Excuse me," he goes, "Are you DJ Arcus from Fortress Craft?" I'm like, and I turned around and I was a little bit sarky, so I was wearing a Fortress Craft t-shirt, went, "What gave it away?" And he goes, "I watch every video you do and I recognise your voice." I'm like, wait, so you're telling me that if we were in the post office or something, you would have recognised who I am? He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, that's so weird. And I'm like, I don't know what to do now. Should I sign your chest or where do we go?
But I think that's like the realization like some like medium-sized like YouTubers and stuff have, isn't it? But, like,
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of stuff at multiplayer at the back end, so I don't know which one it was, but I was there with Chris and Ninja. Ninja's got 2 massive bodyguards that go around just everywhere because the guy could not move but for being mobbed by Minecraft fanboys. The diamond minecart was there as well, but like when Ninja went out to have a cigarette, his bodyguards had to keep people away from him because he's like, this is my time off.
I've also been to some of these multiplayer events, and at one point I was working in the stands as like a volunteer thing for Insomnia.
Uh-huh.
And one of them I got to work was with I think some of the Oxcast, and that was quite interesting because I think for them, where their audience has grown up a bit, it was mostly guys in their 20s and stuff like that, which seemed a bit more chill.
Yeah.
Than that.
But yeah, the diamond minecart, he had a meet and greet, and basically they filled up the room to fire capacity, and then they kind of counted out a couple of hundred people at the door, and then there's no more. And there are kids who had come from all over the country and hadn't got in the queue quick enough, and they had all their stuff to be signed by him and chat to him. They're like, we can't, he's here for 3 hours as it is. And the weird thing was, and there were thousands of people watching him play Minecraft on the main stage. Not modded, not a cool playthrough, just playing vanilla Minecraft from scratch.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Like I think one of the things like that I saw when I was at Insomnia is I think it was Syndicate when he was like big.
That might have been Syndicate, not Ninja. That's rings a bell. Yeah. Does he smoke?
But, I don't remember. But I met him a couple times. He seemed chill. Like But yeah, I was working on one of those stands as well at one point, and I think at one point, like the estimated time to get from the back of the queue to the signing bit was about 8 hours.
Yeah.
And people would like come across like the side of the stand and be like, "Can we get in?" And we're like, "No, the queue's down there." We just point down the hall and it just goes. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Dave and I turned up at, or we hoped to turn up at the launch of Diablo 3, and that was an absolute clusterfuck.
Oh,
Massive,
yeah.
massive queues. Like, no, screw that.
I had to go to the post office the next morning and pick up my deluxe edition, which came with a USB stick with Diablo 2 on it. But it was like a Diablo head USB stick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like being sort of in that middle range of like people that are slightly older in terms of fans is probably a bit of a nicer place to be. So I guess those YouTubers that have the kids now, I guess, will be there soon. In a way.
I mean, I have never been famous, but I have been to the point where I can see famous, and oh my god, it is not fun. So I watched a video by a friend of mine. He he wrote a program to take music videos off of YouTube, put a donk on it, and then put the video back up, and it was quite good.
On it?
Put a donk on it.
What's that then?
A hard house offbeat stab.
It was quite good.
So like a wham. But the point was, it's kind of a genre of music. You would just remix stuff and then just put this big, like bass beat. But he automated it. But I watched one of his videos and I never commented on it. I didn't like it. And then suddenly he got like 1,000 people watch the video. That's what's happened. I said, no, I watched that video. And then I found out that people were following my history on YouTube and watching whatever I watched. Like the Peak of Fortress. I'm like, oh bloody hell! I better be careful what I watch on the internet at that point. You know, it's I can make it private, but you know, it just never crossed my mind under any circumstances anyone would review my YouTube history, let alone going, I'm going to watch that thing. And I can imagine for the much larger ones, you know, this sort of occurrence is much more common, and it's very strange. Very strange, but I can't imagine being, you know, Johnny Depp levels of famous. I can't imagine that's... The money's great, you know, obviously, but I can't imagine it's an enjoyable set of affairs. Really, really can't.
Can you imagine what it would taste like?
Johnny Depp. I can imagine licking Johnny Depp's face, yes. Wait, hold on. Yep, done it again. Yep. I can also imagine what licking gold bullion would feel like. I've never done that. Oh, I've got real fuck you money now. I can make some much better optimizations to my train routes.
You said they turned on an option to auto-renew trains somewhere. Where was that? Settings?
Renew? Auto-renew vehicle when it gets old. Yes. On. I'll click that one. Yeah, it's called just under renew. I mean, it wasn't... I'll say it wasn't the weirdest thing. I had a lot of weird things happen to me at Fortress Crafts Peak. I mean, it was one of the biggest, most popular things of the time. And, yeah. Just crazy. And, you know, don't get me wrong, the money was good, but overall I think I'm less stressed these days, and that's good. At least at the minute. I might be more stressed in a few days when... because I've got to get Fortress Craft out quite soon for release. And I won't say it's not going well, it's going alright, but I'm just a bit behind schedule. So hopefully it all goes smoothly. Hopefully the network stuff works, and the next step is to start implementing the DLC things. But a lot of it's just finding my way around essentially a very old code base. Which I wrote when I was young and foolish and in a hurry.
Surely you can improve it.
I haven't got time. Right? Yeah, to a degree. I'm like, I could refactor it all. But in practice, refactoring your code is very rarely a good idea. It's nearly always a very satisfying waste of time. It's like washing your car. You know, oh, it looks pretty, and then you have to drive the car again. You think, oh, and you don't gain anything. You know, you don't get any more fuel efficiency or anything. And
it does the same. It does the same thing, but more efficiently.
well,
I guess.
well, not always. Sometimes
Sometimes.
because imagine just in this case, it does the same thing. It just looks neater. It's very much like washing a car.
Could one learn like doing the same thing again in a sensible fashion about coding?
Oh
Even
yes.
if the end product is not better.
Almost definitely when you refactor code it is better, but in the grand scheme of things, it is going to be 20% neater and 2% more efficient. It wasn't worth you spending 6 weeks doing it.
Speaking of famous people on like YouTube and Twitch and stuff, have you seen what's currently happening on Twitch with like the highest sub count person right now?
No. Is everyone just following him just because he's in front?
So there's a person on Twitch right now called Ludwig, who's who was already quite well known, but he's doing this thing called a subathon, which is basically a stream that keeps going, and they add 10 seconds to the timer every time someone subscribes. And he's now, I think 120,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I've seen sub trains on Sacriel's stream that have resulted in tens of thousands of dollars worth of donations. And you're just
But
like,
but it's crazy, like, because he's basically he's committed to not stopping the stream until that timer hits 0, and because the timer isn't going down, he's essentially in a hostage situation in the style of like that one Jim Carrey film.
isn't he just going to fall asleep eventually?
Yeah, but he streams himself sleeping.
Okay.
So he doesn't end the stream. It's just his life right now until that timer hits 0, which at the current rate it's not.
Well, it will do.
It will eventually, I would imagine.
Well, it has to.
Boredom.
Well, no. No, Max, when you're talking, what was it? Did you say 10 seconds for each sub?
10 seconds for each sub.
Yeah, so he's making $1 a second. I think he'll continue to run the stream.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no reason for him to stop the stream. It's not like it's not stopping his life. It's just stopping him from having privacy at the moment, I guess. Like he can't exactly sleep with someone or anything like that, can he?
Well, he can.
Separate room.
Well, no, because he's streaming it.
I'm going for a shower. Wait,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he
outside.
takes the camera with him into like the bathroom and he just like doesn't show anything. He just sort of holds it up, or like puts it on the side.
Wow.
You can just hear him like peeing or something. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, but it's content.
It is content.
The fuck?
I promise you, for every subscription I get, I will also extend the length of the stream by 10 seconds.
And that'll
The thing
be
is-
just one extension.
Well, the thing is, though, when he said it, you're like, yeah, 10 seconds, whatever. But when it snowballs and people are going, lol, I'm going to
Yeah.
sub.
Like in the first day, I'm pretty sure he
Bring
got
the
something
pay.
stupid. Yeah, in the first day, I'm pretty sure he got something stupid like 10,000 subscribers, subscriptions or something silly. So yeah, he's now the most subscribed Twitch channel at the moment, for I guess obvious reasons. But
Yeah, but not because he's good. Well, he might be, I don't know. But because he's... People are
so
idiots.
right now, so he's still live. He's currently so far been streaming for 10 days straight, and he's still got about I think 10 hours left on the timer, which is obviously going up.
Well, it can't be going up by much, then.
But it's going up by a small amount because it started at 2 or 3 hours. So it's been going up more than it's been going down.
Wow.
Yeah. Because like actually, I'll just link the stream, I guess. But like,
what, so I can subscribe to it?
no, just because I'm watching the chat, and every like 5 or 10 seconds you just see gift subs. It's,
Is this an advert?
It's kind of abusing of group dynamics. Because when the timer is about to run out, people are going to look at each other nervously. Will we keep this train going or not?
I'm just watching an advert because he's pressed the advert button.
yeah, I think he went to get some food, so he's just left it in his chair at the moment.
I should press the advert button. Good, great. There's 43,000 people watching.
Yeah.
That makes him the biggest on Twitch right now? 43,000 is an insane number. How do I browse by viewers, high to low? No, not by channel. There we go, not by category. Hello, biggest builder is a guy called Philza playing Minecraft. Second biggest, Tubbo playing Minecraft, and he's the third biggest Twitch stream. Oh no, it isn't. Hold on. Wait, what sort of? Oh, sort by. Stupid. Yeah, he's the sixth biggest. So ahead of him is someone just talking, Minecraft, Rocket League. I don't know what game that is. I'll be honest. Rainbow Six and GTA God, 150,000 people watching him play GTA. That's a fair old sized town watching this guy play GTA.
What, 140,000? It's bigger than a town, surely.
It's a fair sized town.
40,000.
140,000.
Oh, 40,000.
140,000. It's not a city.
Shit.
Not necessarily a city.
Hmm.
Not in the UK.
A town is a population between 10,000 and 100,000,
That's-
according to Wikipedia.
That's bollocks.
What's a hamlet? then?
Not in the UK, it's not. In the US, it might be. In the UK, does it have a cathedral? No, it isn't a city.
Yes.
Done.
But
Hence-
also the Queen has to say so, doesn't she?
Uh,
Or is it there's some sort of Queen thing happening with it?
So it has to be like knighted into a city.
yeah. So
Kind
this.
of,
So
yeah.
Brighton. Now let me get this right. Brighton couldn't become a city because it doesn't have a cathedral with a spire. But Hove wasn't big enough, so they became the city of Brighton and Hove. It's so they could become a city because neither of them hit one half the requirement. It's a weird and very archaic thing in the UK, but that
That
is
sounds strange.
that's the requirement. You must have a cathedral. I believe with a spire.
Does that mean that there are no atheistic cities in the British?
No what?
Like if a town refused to have a cathedral.
Then it can't become a city.
Yeah.
Like that's it. I mean, it's a very British thing. I mean, obviously England's been around longer than most things. I think it's because we don't have any such thing as a city. We have what is called a cathedral city.
But, like,
Where you got
imagine
the
being,
cheese from?
imagine being that guy that had like, what's the peak Twitch viewership? Was it like 1 million or something stupid?
Yeah.
Because like someone had like some famous person on, didn't they? It was like a rapper or something. I can't remember who it was, but I think they peaked at like 1.5 million. Imagine that, like your Twitch chat in like that kind of thing. You'd never be able to read it.
No, I mean I've watched the live streams of SpaceX and stuff. No one reads it, and you get the most horrendous racist comments going on continuously because it's quite hard to police it.
They'd like autofile and then bash the snot out of them afterwards.
Right, how do you scroll through that chat log though? There's probably
don't.
hundreds of thousands of messages.
You process it. You parse
Well,
it.
yeah,
some
but that's what
sort of-
automated bots are for removing those kinds of messages usually.
Yeah,
Like,
problem solved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the
but
problem is
they'll find ways
people are
around it,
cleverer than
yeah.
bots.
yeah, people find ways around it.
Yes.
Troll will find a way.
Troll's gonna troll.
Google will find a way. They'd be surprised what the AI is going to be doing. So.
Yeah, the problem
Well,
is.
we shouldn't be surprised what it does already. You know, it makes decisions about killing people already, so I'm not surprised really
Wait,
that much.
what? Google has made decisions about killing people? What did I miss?
AI. Like, I want to kill all the the insurgents over there. You know, they're in that building. They just do the thing. You know, pop down.
I don't think we have it. I mean, you've got drone strikes and stuff. I don't think there are any.
Yeah.
They're all still manned, as far as I know. I don't think there are any AI-driven drone stuff, which would be
Yeah, it's
terrifying.
coming. It's
Oh, well,
coming.
I'm sure it is. Actually, I'm not sure if the Geneva Convention would allow it. Interestingly,
It would disallow it.
but yeah, as far as I know, right now, the drone operators they're not nearby. It's done fly by wire, but the AI, you say go left, and the AI goes, well, I hit that tree. No, I'm not. So, but there's a human operator pressing the final button, at least at the minute. But yeah, I'm sure at some point it won't be. But yeah, that's I don't know how to Google AI drone killing.
AI drone capabilities.
How much do you get from Twitch subbing? It's like £2.50, right?
I don't know.
Long
Yeah, it's
train
very-
is long.
Apparently it's £2.50 according to Google. So this guy currently has 120,000 subs. So he's approximately this is after Twitch has taken their cut.
Yeah.
About like 300 grand a month. And that's not including donations, advertisements and merch. That's not bad.
I'm just trying to set a look because I did need to check this.
Oh wow! So apparently he also added a gift limit. You can't gift more than like 100 subs total. Because he's trying to stop people from spending their literal bank on this. Because some people, like, you know, don't have enough money, but will still spend money on shit like this anyway, won't they?
Oh, they're bored. I mean, I've said to people going, oh, I've said to them, you need to donate a certain amount of this. They're like, oh, I haven't got that much. I'm like, then please don't donate. Please, if you can't afford it, pretty please do not donate or subscribe to me.
Yeah.
I have had people doing it. I'm like, please don't.
But with a stream this big, you can't really stop them from doing that.
No, but I mean,
but
it's something I've actually had to say to people, which is, you know, if you can't afford it, please don't. Channel outlet, stream summary, video producer collections, clip stream, channel, moderation, affiliate. I'll just click all the buttons and see which window it's under. Alright, yeah, here we go. Total estimate. Oh, now I have hooked my thingamajig up. Are we making $11 a month? Whoa, yeah. You know, I think Twitch might owe me a bunch of money.
Yeah. As much as people joke about, like, streaming is easy because you're just playing games, God, you have to stream so much for it to even, like, start to make money.
Do you want to guess how many hours we stream a month on this channel? Without working it out.
If you go 3 hours a night...
He's working it out.
7 nights a week. That's
right.
3 7s are 21. 21 hours a night.
27 max.
Sorry?
Wait,
3 times 7 is...
Oh, yeah. I can't math, never mind.
Plus Adam's Friday...
being wrong, but...
plus Adam's Friday night, or Friday day coding stream.
That's only been for 5 weeks, though.
Oh, okay. So maybe just ignore that.
There's an easy answer, and it's almost literally 100 hours a month. And that's making us between $5 and $12, depending on...
Wow.
To be fair, though, you're not really pushing the stream outside of, you know, the stream.
I wouldn't know where to. Where would I talk about it outside of my own social thing, which is pretty much Fortress Craft related?
I mean, I guess if you did want to like seriously stream, I guess you could like set up a separate Twitter account that's not for the Fortress Craft stuff. That's just for Twitch.
But if I can send people to that Twitter account, I can send people to the stream.
Yeah.
Because you get this, I get people going, oh right, you should start up a blog. I'm like, well, if I can drive traffic to the blog, I can drive it to my website. Like, what's the point of putting in an extra step?
Because Twitter would be part of the
Twitter
Twitter sphere.
Yeah, it's less that it's an extra step and more that there's people on Twitter that might not see it otherwise. Not everyone just.
So how do I get to those people? This is the difficult step. And I've seen a lot of consultants going, oh, you need to have a blog post, and I'm like, right, how do I drive traffic to my blog? And they always go quiet at that point. I can write blog posts that come up my arse, but driving people there is very hard. But yeah, I have to average 75 viewers to hit partner, and unfortunately we average 2.09.
Wah. I think
But Wreckfest does seem to be one of our more popular streams. What was it we did? What did we do yesterday? We did Terraria. What did we do before then? What was Monday? Torchlight was weirdly popular as well. It's so odd. I don't know what the... It's not like Mondays are always popular or anything like that. It does seem to be a very weird sort of setup.
Some of it might be based on the game, but other times it might just be on that day it happens to be more.
Well, yes, but why?
Oh.
God damn it,
There might be a lot of noise in the thing now too.
Maybe the YouTube algorithm or whatever, or Twitch algorithm values your stream higher for whatever reason on that specific.
Yeah, but I mean, we've tried playing the latest and greatest. We've tried playing whatever's popular in the whatever verse. We've tried doing all of these things, and I've never worked out any sort of.
I mean, so I would argue that the best place to be is somewhere in the middle, because if you're going for the most popular game, you're never going to crack.
Yeah, but we've tried. But then we tried the super obscure, like we played like Doom, and then we're playing Transport Tycoon. So we tried. Mindustry was one of our most popular ones because it is a game with some very passionate fans, and there's almost no one streaming it.
Yeah, that's one of the good markets. But my point is that if you're picking something again that no one plays, no one's going to watch it. But if you pick something in the middle where some people watch it, but there's not that many streams, that's probably the best marketplace for that kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's not. We've tried everything. Wreckfest is probably something in the middle, and I think we get more viewers because it's fun to watch rather than because of that. I
Maybe.
cannot find where my payments are, my previous payments, because I think Twitch owed me a lot of money because I fixed my payment stuff. But over December, we made $20, guys.
Wow.
View my payouts. There we go.
So, from some friends that I have that
For fuck's sake.
it's just, I know some people that do some Twitch stuff, like they average like 30 or 40 viewers, which isn't like, that's not terrible.
That's
But,
30 or 40 viewers puts you in like the top 30% of Twitch
Yeah.
streamers.
But a couple of them have said that a lot of their success has come from, first off, it's clips being pushed up to the
Yes.
Twitch page, and then uploading stuff like those clips to a YouTube channel, so there's like a highlight reel of stuff. And then that's an easy thing you can share on stuff like Twitter. That's not just, oh, I'm live.
Yeah.
I did kind of finish the raw cut of episode 2, but it's a lot of editing.
So I've just
So basically
changed.
we wanted-
I've just changed
yeah.
my payment method again to PayPal because it was on PayPal. And it goes, oh, there's a problem. So I said, right, pay to my PayPal, and then it's all like, all right, cool. That will take 24 hours. All right, and then last time it said you took 24 hours, it didn't.
I think you should see if like one of the regular viewers, like Morbits or someone, wanted to try and clip stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's the main thing, isn't it? Is you need like 1 or 2 people that are just there that happen to want to clip stuff, because
Your
it's quite hard
payout-
to do it as the
Yeah,
person stream.
yeah. I mean, Malcolm was clipping stuff. I mean, this is the thing. If you guys want to clip it, it's dead easy to do.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's just saying my payout method is invalid, but not how or why. You are done. Payment to be made by your selections. And then for some reason I can hit back and go back over the options.
Oh, don't do that.
But yeah, one thing I do notice about streaming is I don't know if I did do that as a job. Like I don't know if I'd enjoy it, because you sort of just have to grind at it, don't you? And it sort of becomes more of a job than a hobby at that point.
Yeah, but we do. We do this every day.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure
I
what...
guess making it good isn't like important, but like being baffled about why it hasn't picked up is interesting.
Yes.
Understanding what makes or breaks a channel.
I mean, sometimes it is just luck, but
It's always luck.
yeah, well, there's luck involved. But like, I think there is a big difference between a 3-hour night stream and like a 9 to 5 streamer.
Yeah, but part of it is we're the wrong 2, 4, 6, 5, 4, 8. We are in a pretty good time frame because we're quite late for the UK, so people watching it. We're also quite early for the US, so you can go later. But yeah, we're not in a bad situation. But yeah, I mean, stream. What you're saying is stream for more hours.
That is like the air quotes. I don't want to say easiest, but it's the most obvious solution, I guess, to that.
I guess we need more recurring jokes and more culture over it, so that people know to come back and can get hooked, and then like watch back a dialogue.
Yeah, Shalker, I'll get them to come back for more jokes about killing people in their sleep.
Definitely.
What's Andy's mom gonna do this week?
But those work better for the clips. I mean, yes, you're quite right. We should clip more. I should clip. I'm usually quite busy though. Clipping is something you don't. The creator doesn't do. A mod would tend to do it. Hi, my payouts page says.
I guess in that regard, there's also a sort of element of sometimes choosing games that might have more stuff that's clippable, in a way.
I put in my.
Which is why you see it. Which I think is why you see quite a lot of people on Twitch with GTA, because you have like those roleplay servers, and that leads to a lot of clippable stuff from what I've seen.
I put in my company's list, my payment says it's updated, but when I go back to the payouts page, the error remains. Please help. Please help. Please help. Adam. Platform/OS with the experiences. The issue is experienced. I don't think it matters, but sure, Windows. And then click the box that says I am not a robot.
Then pick all the trees out of the park.
I hate those. Sometimes you like click on the mountains. You're going, well, there's a kind of a mountain in the distance. Do you count that one? But yeah, it does look like Twitch owes us a couple of $100.
Oh hell yeah! You can buy yourself a green screen for the stream.
It annoys me though that
They're cheaper than that.
OBS doesn't have that. It's really odd. Like,
Does
no,
it have chroma key? Or
it's
options?
really bad. So what's it called? Zoom has quite a good system for detecting stuff in the background and blurring it automatically, but OBS doesn't. You've got to jump through so many hoops, and I'm like, this is something literally every streamer would want. Just if the background's not moving, blur it out. Why on earth have you not implemented this? This is
maybe they are relying on external tools doing it, rather than replicating it as a half-assed feature.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios where Ops has like mods and shit that people download for that kind of stuff, and they kind of have a monopoly on the streaming software market in a way.
I tried to do it, and it was so difficult. Like, yeah, so you funnel it off to another thing. You have an intermediary program which does it, and then I'm like, dude, seriously? Like, this is basic stuff. This is what you should have just from the get-go, and it's really surprising it's still not. Like, what else are they doing? They haven't got anything else to do in OBS, apart from maybe optimize their terrible codec generation. But yeah, I mean, I tend to clip bits that are funny game. I mean, what's his face? Malcolm was doing some. Oh, you're gonna let me do that? I bet you're not. Oh, you are. Oh, you little ripper. Yeah, Wreckfest makes for great clippable moments. Me in my motion chair makes for great stuff.
Like the squeaky noise.
Have you not seen the bit where my motion chair just went bonkers and just tried to kill me?
Oh no, I don't think I have.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll grab you in a sec.
I guess
This
we
was a
have a
while
lot
back.
of good moments in our memories, and just turning them into clips would be cashing in on the build culture.
Yeah, a lot of people like go to like Reddits and stuff to just watch like the most popular clips of any given day. Like, I remember a group of friends that I've got play like a 5v5 Dota thing every like Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, I think it is. And like sometimes they clip it, and like a little while back we had a clip that was just we just posted to Twitch. It wasn't like anywhere else. It got like picked up by some like compilation YouTuber that does Dota clips, and it got posted on a Reddit or something, and it ended up with like 3,000 views, which is like not terrible given like we only had like 2 viewers on the stream when it happened.
Yeah, it's the chair doing it is my second most popular clip. With
What's your most popular?
Some minecarts going crazy in a Fortress Cross screen.
Oh, okay.
But I'll link it here. Actually, no, I'll link it in general.
Did Carboat get clipped ever?
No, see, that was a brilliant moment. But that's, I mean, someone needs to clip it. But yeah, this is me on the motion platform, the old motion platform. And then there's a bug here where my car finished inside a...
My car's exploding around, which is fine. But it's moving it's moving the motion platform in the same way. What the fuck is my car doing?
But there's nothing I could do. I couldn't turn it off the motion platform. I just had to hold there. And I did contact them because I know a bunch of them going and they said, oh, there's a flag that turns off motion platform during cutscenes. And he went, oh, wait, no, there isn't.
Did you post the clip, or are you just talking about?
Did I not post it? I posted it in the general chat. Just if I get,
in the general chat.
Just so I get a few more hits.
It was better to the stream, not on the LockDown text channel.
Yes, and hashtag general. And I'm back in a second. I'll grab a drink.
Ditto.
It's quite good. Is everyone going quiet? Or is it just...
Yep.
Okay. Nice
Or
to know
do we
what
have
it
to
is.
get memes on what we are doing when the streamer is not on? I don't have any sinks on me. We could make a competition for watchers to clip the most, and whoever gets the most hits gets a big fanfare in the next episode or something.
God.
I do wonder why it's not a sport in Twitch in general. If one can hook people into subscribing, just make a stream longer. Then like outsourcing the clipping work would also make sense.
Well, since I say, can someone clip that? No one ever does. I think all you have to do is type /clip, and I think that's it. It just records the last 30 seconds. I think so. And then I can approve it. But Malcolm, you're not a moderator. Do I have to approve those clips? And what was that? What was that about? What was that about your shut, Brett? What was that about your 300,000 videos? What was that?
So, I think the permission thing is you can... I think it's like a channel setting. You can either let anyone clip stuff, or you can set it up to be permission only.
Clips of my channel. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick. And I will also tick, it's Andy, it's Andy, it's Andy, it's Andy. And for some reason, it's just got clips of... What's this clip here?
To be fair, I could try also like streaming my end of stuff as well, because I've done that before with some other stuff.
It's
Just have like a multi-stream going on.
yeah, multi-stream. I mean, some games we do multi-stream could be really awesome, but yeah, it's hard. Like getting the streaming quality right is difficult, and I have a dedicated capture rig and a dedicated capture card.
Well, I wouldn't be able to do it for stuff like GTA because my computer, I don't think would be able to do that. But like stuff like Terraria, I'd be fine. Like I've done it with like Dota before and stuff like that, and for the most part, it's been okay. I think I only streamed in like 720 though.
Yeah, if you're streaming 27, 20, 30, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I tried to make it that I could actually stream at 720.
60?
720. No, 1080 60. Yeah, which is hard to achieve and make it look good.
Yeah.
Because the Rocket League stream, the official Rocket League stream, is a pile of ass.
But yeah, like next time we do Terraria, I might like try and stream my end or something. Because I feel like that's the kind of game where having multiple perspectives is kind of fun. Because you can just go, oh, what's he up to?
I've actually got an awful lot of clips that I forgot about. Because I did do some time clipping it. But yeah, no one watches them. Top 30 days. Like someone clipped something for me doing Fortress Cry Fridays. Why? I don't get notified when this happens. Stop. Oh, it was Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. Just clip random 30 seconds of it.
But yeah, have you set it to anyone can clip now then? Or?
I haven't changed it, but Malcolm was doing it, and I don't think he's a mod. He might be.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's best to have it so anyone can clip for the most part. You don't really lose anything by it being.
Yeah. I can always delete them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the main reason that like approved clips thing is there is for some like I think like some politics streamers had issues where people were clipping their shit out of context, like them saying like horrendous stuff, but like in context it makes
Can you imagine saying horrendous stuff on your stream? Out of context.
We would never talk about philosophy or
absolutely
anything like
not.
that.
Never, no horrendous stuff. No, sorry, Malcolm. You said you had a video with 300,000 views. It also did the whole Reddit thing. Huh?
It was referring to when I was talking about that clip that in the game I was playing that got posted to some Reddit. He was saying his went around some Reddit, and that's why his got so many views.
Ah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is why Wreckfest, GTA are great games to stream because they are emergent and hilarious at times. Whereas, whereas this is not. I enjoy this game. I enjoy it a lot, but there's very rarely going to be a wonderful clippable moment on this, is there? Whereas Wreckfest, it happens 3 times a night.
Not chastising chastising and that you pressed the forbidden button. That could be a clippable moment.
Yes.
And when Andy's mum runs lots of people over.
Yeah,
That was
but
really fucking hilarious.
but compared to the unbelievable stuff that happens in
Wreckfest.
Wreckfest, yeah, it's not even close.
Also,
just-
no offense, but I don't think that many people probably would watch clips of OpenTTD anyway.
You've got to want to be into OpenTTD. OpenTTD.
It's quite a... I don't want to say it's niche, because I imagine quite a few people do play it. But
Oh,
like,
it's
not-
definitely niche. It's
Yeah.
just cool and niche. So I'm just trying to find the clip of might be on my YouTube channel.
Can I hear someone else's central heating kicking in on the stream here?
No. No, that's when that's one of the industries does have a sound effect a bit like that.
Yeah. I have no sound on mine, so.
But, if I end up streaming my end, I guess I can also link your Twitch on like my social media, as I sometimes post my stuff on there, which might help, I guess. I can be like, haha, come listen to this stream where I talk to random game dev people. Smiley
Well,
face.
I mean, I've never sort of
Smoking
tried to
vape.
do. I've never tried to sort of do this as.
Oh yeah, it's obviously. not
But I've been very surprised we haven't just generally grown just on general reasons. I'm really surprised it's not just slowly.
Yeah, but Adam,
grown.
you're funny.
Well, there we go. There we go. Malcolm, I'll send it to you. Ah man, here's a video from the past. I'll pop it in the LockDown chat. So Malcolm and I were playing. So on the Xbox, it used skeletal tracking and controllers to work out who's who. And for some reason, and it's brilliant watching our face. So for some reason, it decided to swap our controllers. So we're driving, and then we're both going. But
Oh. Ow. Ow. The controllers became swapped. We were just actually like looking like I'm going too far left, we went right.
But it's great because we're talking, and then we go, and then we're like,
We already caught PVZ earlier.
Amazing.
because he veers a bit right, I veer a bit left, and then we correct and go more and more wrong, and then bonk.
You can act. This game really has serious
Yeah, like
bugs.
but where I was like streaming to like some of my course people to do like programming stuff. I feel like if I went like on my Twitter and was like, hey, I'm going to stream and I'm talking to people that have done game development stuff, they'd probably come watch that, to be honest.
I did stream game development stuff back. I used to be able to stream via my Facebook stuff, but they've stopped that now. You have to pay money for Facebook.
Okay, I had to join after looking at that video.
I know.
So, it's funny.
Imagine having that few clothes.
Hey, I have some good t-shirts. Doesn't have the writing on it anymore, but it's still red. You see the video I linked today, the one that I just went around Reddit.
No, what is that? If you links up, if you links up in the YouTube chat, no one ever sees it.
In Twitch.
It just quietly eats the link and never shows it.
Oh, okay. I'll put it in Discord.
Google Assistant is sassy.
Yeah.
Well, you're not an affiliate, are you? So you're not getting any money from this YouTube video?
No, I got nothing for it.
Hey Google, play other songs like this one.
Sure, here's a Google Play music station called The Worst Songs of All Time.
That's awesome. That's an excellent video. I'm sorry, I should have given you a like. Let me like you. Only 18 people haven't liked it.
I know. I thought that was so. That was in the flat actually that you visited.
Yeah, that was where I did the terrible thing to your Google Assistant.
Yeah. Whatever. What?
I will say that kind of clip is the kind of thing you'd see on like TikTok.
Yeah. I mean that was 3 years ago. That's a long time ago. I need to watch this video again because I remember being that confused.
Oh, what of the?
Yeah.
The best if you watch it, you can see us trying further and further correct the vehicle's going wrong, but of course we're controlling the wrong vehicle, so we're just making it worse.
Yeah, I remember looking at that. It's quite funny the vehicles we both picked in that game as well. But I remember looking at that.
The Mini and the Impreza, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I remember looking at that and going, what's happening now? And then I was just looking, going really confused. And then you just suddenly just took the control from my hand.
Yeah,
I was like, what?
The little little light bulb went on, going, I know what's going on here. Okay, so you need to come up there like that. There we go. Thank you. Super fast wood is lost. No, you're not. You're good. Hoof off. Okay, and then on the way back, we'll come back up there. So that's fine. So this line, that's the outline. Wait, now why are you driving? Oh, okay. So now the outline is to there. You're not lost either. Shut up. I'm just tidying up on my just horrendous mess of the railway. There we go. So the train should come up there and there. And this can go too. But yeah, I'd say the emergent funny games always work well. Worms, Wreckfest, GTA, they're very, very clippable. Some of the stuff that can happen is absolutely fantastic. This one, not so much. I enjoy it. Oh yeah, so Max, I mean, I did do this for you. Are you bored of Torchlight now, or did you want to go back again? Because by the end of it, you're like, I don't really want to do this anymore. Have you? Like, I want to like it. I want it to be great, and it's just not.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah. It's just it doesn't seem to have a raison d'etre. You know what I mean?
It doesn't spark. It's like yeah,
tedious,
this all seems
you know?
this all seems done. Whereas in Diablo, you're like, oh, I've unlocked this cool new skill. Whereas I'm like, I've unlocked a new skill for my train, which means I have to disable one of my previous skills. Great. Whereas by the end of, well, you get to a certain point in Diablo 3, and you know, you're having to say, look, I'm going to have to stop for a while and just look at the skills and how they work, because I've now got a lot of
so
skills.
Misunderstood synergies.
And I want to start looking at synergies and stuff. And this is like, we're on the hardest difficulty, so we don't care. Malcolm, apparently, damage of mobs goes up only very minimally as you increase the difficulty. But their health pools go up massively.
Yeah, the health pool seems to go up, but do you get like more XP for it? Or?
Yeah, you do. How long did we spend on that boss, Max? Like 15 minutes going, right, this is it. We're not doing anything more. We're just, yeah.
It was death by 1,000 cuts rather than actually meaningful damage. And like, well, what was the point of that?
It's just, it doesn't, I don't know. To be honest, it seemed quite pretty. The kind of the combat and what's actually happening around was difficult to keep track of.
It was a bit messy, wasn't it?
Diablo does a very good job of that.
I think,
yeah.
I think what I was saying the last time we were playing it was that it did look good, but it wasn't memorable.
Yeah, 100%. Like nothing about it is memorable. Like the combat's not memorable. The skills and abilities and classes aren't really that memorable.
To be fair, one of them's a robot and I have a train.
Do you remember the bosses?
So one of them's a robot and I have a train. I mean, I have to disagree with the characters aren't memorable. I mean, I couldn't tell you their names, but I don't care. But I mean, Diablo, let's be honest, is the most generic of the generic, really, for its classes and everything. So it's not that. That's not a problem with it. But no, I can't name any of the bosses because it was all they were all procedural.
The feel is memorable.
Not really. The art style's not memorable. It looked like a mobile game, which I'm not complaining about, but that's how it looks. Oliver, you should add me on Steam as well. Incidentally, I don't know if we're going to finish this week, but the next time we play Transport Tycoon, we can play it on Steam. I'm downloading it from a website. I did also grab a game earlier that I forgot the name of, Barrow Trauma, which looks quite cool. It looks somewhere between Terraria and a mobile base game, and it's cheap at the minute. Apparently, you can also download it and compile it yourself, and I'm like, yeah, I really genuinely have many better things to do than compiling games myself. But it's like
I was going to ask, was that the one that Esmia linked on?
Yes, it's like underwater survival horror set on the moons of Jupiter. Like, oh, this sounds quite cool. And I don't like
Barrow Trauma is where it's a lung injury, is it?
Yes. So I don't like games where I'm on top of the water and looking down in 3D, but I really love 2D underwater games. Go figure.
What? I understand.
I get like a fear of deep water. It just makes me feel.
So raft then, right?
Raft. Yeah, there's a reason I never left the raft in Raft.
Yeah.
Like I'm good, lads. I'm staying on the raft. I'm not doing it. It just makes me. Do you remember the Ichthyosaurus in Half-Life? When you first came out of you're too young. When you first came out of the water, first came out from underground, and there was a section on a dam with an ichthyosaur.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I hated that bit so much.
Should we set up a challenge for DJ to play Subnautica?
No, I can't play Subnautica due to VR. I played Subnautica in VR and made myself so ill. Talking about Subnautica too much makes me feel sick.
Wow.
There's a term for it. It's not called association, but essentially you can make yourself feel sick by associating stuff that makes you feel sick. So I now feel sick if I think about Terraria. That'd be bad.
Yeah, why not?
The mods, no.
I had I don't know if it's the same thing, but I had bad muscles about 7 years ago.
You've had muscles.
I haven't.
Sorry,
Huh?
Oliver, are you mocky? Because Zoomer is quite a common tag.
I'm not surprised in the slightest there. Also, Oliver, how have you found Warframe?
Hold on, let Malcolm tell us about his bad muscles while Oliver's typing.
It's basically just that I had bad muscles about 7 years ago, and I've never eaten mussels since then because the thought of eating them makes me feel a bit ill. Even though I used to love them. I
once ate loads of fudge, and then I ate my roast dinner, and then I puked up the roast dinner and the fudge. I haven't eaten fudge since.
Yeah.
Now, as a Devonshire lad, that's pretty much blasphemy.
Well, it's actually interesting to me to say that. Sorry, the same point about the mussels. It was mussels, which was the main course, but the starter was like pork belly, and I can't eat pork belly either, even though it wasn't going to be the pork belly that did it. So yeah, there is definitely something there about association to it.
Wow. Oliver, I have to say, do not put your real name on your Steam account. Or don't make it public. I searched you by your real name. You definitely don't want that.
What was I saying? Yeah, I remember I briefly studied this in psychology back at GCSE level. I can't remember the exact name for the term for it, but it's quite common with stuff that involves alcohol.
Yes.
Quite often, because quite often if you drink too much and you eat something, and you end up throwing that back up, your brain will then associate the throwing up with the taste of the thing you threw up when you were drunk.
That is why I started to eat gingery things to get rid of nausea. Then my brain started to associate eating gingery things with nausea. So I had to just eat random ginger sweets at just random points. So I've got these sugar-free ginger sweets, which you can't eat too many of for reasons we've gone over. But they're all right. So I just kind of have one every 2 or 3 days, just so my brain doesn't associate ginger with nausea.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people had that. It was quite common.
Oliver, if you accept my friend request on Steam, then yeah, you've got your name, your full real name, all over it.
He didn't realise his real name was on his account.
I will. I've put nearly all of my. Well, actually, to be fair, I don't care. I'm so annoyingly searchable. But yeah, your name is definitely on your account. Zoomer. This user also has played as Zoomer. Okay, good job, Steam.
I guess something you could try and do with obviously how you've been in like industry and whatever is something you could try and do for the stream if you really want to try and push the viewers. Is you try and like contact some people that you know have made games and try and play that game while talking to them about it. To be an interesting way to join viewers.
Yes, I mean, I did. I mean, the thing is, I'm of the unusual thing where I'm big enough for people to pull me in to bump their stream up, going, "Hey, we've got one of the Burnout devs," but then they need to push the fact they're doing the Burnout stream, and then I can come in. So yeah, I have had that quite a lot. It's quite enjoyable playing Burnout on other people's streams. Going, "Yeah, I'll play it. Brilliant, love this game."
Yeah, I basically mean kind of like how you had the guy from what's it called Dungeon Defenders, just to talk about the game and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but I mean that's then turning more into a game development podcast. This is to a degree to stop me. So when you program, when you create, you are exhaling. You cannot exhale forever. You'll die. Yeah. You have to inhale. This is inhaling. Playing a game, chatting about games, thinking about what I want in my games. This is the The inhale, so then I can exhale some creativity.
I guess. I mean, I sort of consider talking to people like that and just sort of learning things from them, also inhaling. But
Come check out the length of my trains.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I did that.
There are 64 square trains
Wait,
trying to fit on the stations.
why did...
Anyway, it's time I was off again. Ciao.
Your train is so big. See ya. Wait, but Shako, is it... how, what? Why? So what? Why? I don't understand. Does this train just go between two stations?
I'm trying to make a simulation of a 1,000 wagon train, and I have calculated that I need about 8 full-length trains.
So each train is just jiggling back and forwards between two.
So Shako, is your train bigger than your black man?
You're not supposed to be afraid of that.
What, your train or the black?
I'm afraid of the fact that your trains don't have any depots, so they're breaking down.
That is a very long train, good lord. I just saw it on the street.
It's, yeah, you can have bigger trains, but I think they might have clamped it. Because I used to have them just enormous, just ridiculous, like the whole map. But you almost never have enough of a resource to actually warrant that. And there are loading / unloading issues. I love it if Rob always joins us for the first part of any Transport Tycoon stream and then never joins us again.
But I guess
if I could make a Snowpiercer, and whether it would be impractical.
It would be impractical unless, as in Snowpiercer's case, all of the bogies are driven. You can't pull a very big train from the front. It doesn't work. It will just fall over around the corner.
But yeah, Adam, I guess my point is more not necessarily to do more exhaling in the way you said it. But
I do a lot. I do a lot of exhaling.
Yeah, but more so my point is that in the position that you're sort of in, having quite a bit of experience and presumably quite a lot of contacts, you could use that in a way if you did want to push the stream, because it's something that a lot of streamers don't have.
Yeah, but then I'm unfortunately pushing a stream to doing something I don't really want to do. I like this. This is my inhale. This is playing something. Okay, I will let you know. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, that's not something you want. Yeah, you go. That's now changed. Plus, I can see what games you've played. You've played 5.5 hours of Warframe, by the way.
Yeah, I played Warframe a while back. It was
and you're currently playing Elite Dangerous, apparently. Is that it?
Yeah. Warframe's one of those games where I felt like I just hit a wall of grind. But I guess that's kind of the point, because they encourage you to like buy the in-game currency to get more stuff if you want.
When something is free, you are the commodity.
Yeah, absolutely. And either you're buying the currency to get the stuff in the game, or you're grinding to get stuff to trade to get the currency off other players that have bought it.
Oh yeah, now you're offline. Yeah, Steam's not very good at those sort of things. But yeah, it's updated now. But yeah, I can no longer see your name. I don't know what your DP is, by the way. What is it? It's a little floaty robot with a big red railgun. I don't recognise it.
One of the insights was that in EVE Online you can get the subscription through the in-game item, but in order to get it you have to essentially work in the universe.
Yeah.
It's like getting paid for the work.
Yes, you could do that. Yeah, it took a lot of effort.
Yeah, people in Warcraft do that now. Eve did it first, though. He definitely invented that one.
I'll just say it's quite common in a lot of MMOs now, I think.
Well, there aren't that many subscription MMOs, though, so...
I guess not. But I'm pretty sure EVE, WoW, I think RuneScape does it, and maybe a couple others.
Wait, I thought RuneScape was free.
No, it's a subscription game. I mean, you can play it for free, but you only get like half the map.
Can I download now for free?
You what?
Can I download now for free?
I mean, you can, yeah.
I'd like to point out, by the way, again, as I said regarding Justice League, if I'm wrong, I will always admit I'm wrong. I have no pride in stubbornly clinging to things I am wrong about. But when I'm right, damn well, you better remember it. So I said, when the EU started, they outlawed the phrase free to play. And I said, great, so we'll come up with a different phrase. We won't say free to play anymore. So you get download now for free, or play now for free, or start playing now for free. So I was exactly correct. unfortunately. All they did is they just renamed the phrase that they used in
Yeah.
order to entice you into playing it. Tell your dad what? Sorry, that he was right. Well, he isn't right very often. Let's be honest.
But yeah, RuneScape has a very similar. Well, I guess not similar, but it has a membership system, sort of like WoW's, where you can pay for membership and you get access to Classic and Normal. Because RuneScape has a similar thing, doesn't it, with old school RuneScape as well?
I believe free to play is perfectly acceptable to use if your product has no purchases at all. I believe that's the rule. I was wrong. I thought that Justice League was going to be awful, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I was. I really thought it was going to be terrible. And I was like, oh, this is... It was long. The time went quickly. I didn't have any complaints about any of it. I was really very surprised. But I wasn't going to cling to, oh, Zack Snyder is a hack, therefore it's crap. It's like, oh, this is actually quite enjoyable. Wow. Surprise. As I said, I like to be wrong when it's something bad. Like, you know, I wish I had been right about coronavirus. As it turns out that I assumed it'd be a bit of a nothing, and people were getting their knickers and not like, oh no, it's quite bad.
It was pretty bad.
It's there's a saying about it, but yeah, you should never be afraid to reevaluate your worldviews based on new evidence. And,
Absolutely.
Justice League was great, so there we go. So was 300. Just no, and I really like the one about the mental asylum. What's it called? Come on, Brett. All the ladies in short skirts.
What?
The film with the ladies in short skirts. Keep up.
That's very vague. Okay.
Sucker
Mental.
Punch?
Zack Snyder, ladies short skirts. Sucker Punch. Brilliant. Fourth hit. Sucker Punch. Yes, you're quite great. Yeah, Sucker Punch was a great film. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I really liked Sucker Punch.
I've never watched that.
It's good. I really like it.
Yeah, you're not kidding about the short skirts, are you?
No, it's a great film. And got a good plot as well.
Mm-hmm. Christ.
Oh man, I accidentally let a passenger train go to some places and now I'm struggling to keep them empty. My Google search history is horrendous. What was it? We were Googling whether or not you can buy human milk from like pregnant women. And you can. And the best bit was one of the URLs, which was bestmilk.co.uk.
Yeah.
Like, how did you get that? How have I never heard of this before?
It's such a good pun.
Do people go there by accident going, you go, my God, this milk must be amazing, it's so expensive. And then turns out it's...
Oh, it's
turns
not
out...
selling poison.
No, but imagine if you came across... So you know how, like, Jersey Gold top milk's really expensive? You'd think you were buying that. You'd think you were buying, like, the bestest possible milk, surely. But it turns out you're not buying at all what you thought you were buying. Chicken genitalia. I haven't Googled that.
Hold on, I don't know what I just found.
Hold on. Can I buy human cheese?
Can I buy human genitals? Whoops.
I just was curious if you could buy men milk as opposed to female milk. And I came up with a product on Amazon which is called the Original Mr. Milker, world's #1 male breastfeeding device. And it was like an apron with 2 holes in it.
So this
What
is actually...
kind of adaptation does a male body require from milk
All of them.
extractor?
I have a funny feeling you put the milk in and then you take the milk out again.
No, you put the milk in, you don't take it out again, you give it to a child. who takes it out again.
Yeah. So,
I would suspect.
can you make human cheese? Yes. Yes, you can. In New York, it's illegal, specifically. Then Robert Sistema wrote an article saying 5 reasons why manufacturing human milk cheese is disgusting. Yeah, thank you for your opinion. And yes, so there is a variety of human cheese called Wisconsin Bang, City Funk, Sweet Air Equity, and apparently it's really nice. I've never seen it, I've never had it. If you are in the UK and you haven't, I highly recommend a cheese called Black Bomber. It is just an unbelievably nice cheese that I have only come across quite recently.
But a complete tangent, I guess. Philosophy thing that I came across the other night. Are there any objective moralities?
No, and without objective morality, everything is permissible, and I'm off to eat cake for breakfast.
That's a lot of loaded words. What would an objective morality be?
Well, is there something that everybody considers bad under all circumstances?
Yes.
Is there?
Yes.
What?
Okay, what is it then?
That
Right.
would be an universal.
Well, no,
Ooh, that's
objective morality, 'cause
interesting.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have rapists, Max.
Yeah, but those
So would that mean that bedbugs are
No, that
immoral?
that would the argument there would be that the rapists felt that they weren't doing anything wrong, and I don't know. I have no knowledge one way or the other whether that is a correct worldview of those people. I don't know. I mean, I really. I mean, you would hope that they realised they did something wrong, but they wanted to and got away with it, you know, whatever. But wouldn't argue it was the right thing to do. I mean,
Well, some people think that it's consent based, and some people could not realize that some acts require consent.
yeah, but I mean, Max's point. If the point is there any objective morality? That means under any circumstances you can say that this thing nobody would ever, in their right mind, would ever consider
Yes,
that to be correct.
murder.
No, murder's rubbish. The army, executions. There's loads of situations where we kill people, and it's sanctioned.
Yes, but
capital
no.
punishment.
That's still just because it's done. Someone else is ordering it doesn't mean it's acceptable.
But it is.
I mean, you
why-
have conscientious objectors in the war.
But that's not the point. The point is for there to be objective morality, there has to be something that everybody agrees is wrong, and the emphasis on the word everybody. Everybody.
Murder.
No.
Murder is wrong.
Not everyone
No,
agrees that's
not everyone agrees it's wrong. My God, the Americans.
Capital punishment.
Capital
is a
punishment,
thing.
yeah.
There are murder fans.
If anybody agrees that murder isn't wrong, then it's not objective. It's subjective. I mean, I'm with you on this one, but you know, the fact that we have the death penalty, absolutely.
Not in this country.
Not in this country. That's not the point. The point is everyone,
America, thank
not
God.
just Britain, not just British people. Homework and holidays.
Actually, any moral point that if you can't.
Just saying,
argue
if one person out of 7 billion can say no, then it's not objective.
Then it's subjective. Yes, that's
What
that's
about the
that.
comment?
Well, no, that's
I have a
that's
problem
what
with
subjective
objective.
means. Objective means everybody agrees. Gravity is 9.8 meters per second per second.
Nobody agrees with absolutely everything.
Well, then there is no
You
objective.
can't force people to agree with everything you think.
Then there's no
So,
objective
that means that
morality.
Nothing is objective.
Yeah, which is
But
that's,
no, yeah, no,
that's the
agree,
discussion.
Green, you know, it's a slightly different to what I'm perceiving it as.
Well, you couldn't argue that things like grounded in facts are objective, but then the interpretation of those facts can be subjective.
Get run over at the next zebra crossing.
Like,
I have
Yeah.
qualms.
But
I
yeah,
have qualms with that. The moral that is universal, that everybody agrees. But even if we had a universal moral, it could still be based on subjective grounds and not be like objective grounds.
yeah. I mean, I guess
So that's why I say the Bible is fantastic, because there's no whose morals you've got to worry about. It's like there's the set you're supposed to worry about.
didn't
Don't
the
obey these,
Bible
you know.
advocate stoning people to death under some circumstances, though?
Nope.
Really?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
just no. Hold on. I'm really sure Old Testament
go find- you
put
go
someone
look
to
it up.
death for sleeping with an animal. Very sure on that. Is that not true? What?
Oh, I just think it's funny you think that's in there.
And if people can't agree what the book is saying,
Well, hold on. Any Israelite or any alien living in Israel who give of his children to Molech must be put to death, advocating murder. No?
Hmm.
Well, it's what? Leviticus 20. Am I not right there?
Yeah.
You're the expert here, Max. You tell me.
I'm not an expert.
Well,
I haven't studied it. Not to the level that you want to argue about it.
well, no. My point is the Bible advocates murder.
In certain circumstances, which
So-
are
Therefore,
antiquated now, I imagine.
Therefore, it's
yeah,
objective.
but therefore it's not objective. That's my point. Sometimes it's
Well, that
okay.
was before-
Sometimes it's not.
Before or after the 10 Commandments?
I have no idea. Leviticus 20 is God speaking to Moses, so just before, I would assume. In fact, the Lord said to Moses, say to the Israelites, any Israelite or alien living in Israel who gives his children to Molech must be put to death. So in some circumstances, murder
acceptable.
is okay. So hence, it's not a
Well, is it murder
objective
then, though,
thing.
is it?
Well,
That's not murder. It's the same as the army's.
well,
argument. It's not
murder is unlawful killing. But say killing, is killing
killing,
okay?
not murdering, isn't it?
Is we have
It's the
as a
circumstance.
society decided it's sometimes okay. Yeah, if Leviticus 20 again, if a man lies with an animal, he shall surely be put to death, and you shall kill the animal. What's the animal? Well, this seems a bit harsh, but yeah. Again, I don't know anything new or older, but that's just one I happen to have remembered.
I guess
2 cottons or something.
I guess I'd also throw out there that something else that makes murder not objective is that you can argue the reasoning behind why. So, like the whole the
Crimes of
subjective
passion.
opinion of whether or not that person's, like, I guess, value of life is worth anything to you. I guess.
I mean, you could also assisted suicide, euthanasia. There are situations where killing is considered not morally bad. I'm trying to think of anything that is absolutely everybody completely agrees with it. I think your example is probably the best one, but that would infer that there are no people who would ever argue that it is correct to rape. And I can't say that for a fact, but I think you're pretty much right on that. I wouldn't have had a Google for that one. So yes, Brett, I'd say there is objective morality. There's not much.
Some people, and I'm talking over people and
Go
other
on,
people.
go for it.
But some people could advocate for rape as a punishment, as a severe kind of punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. God, that's horrible.
Yeah, you see quite extreme cases and stuff like this. Like people say, like, punish the rapist with rape kind of thing. Just eye for an eye kind of logic, I guess.
Ah, yeah, well, an eye for an eye, and so we should all be blind.
This is true.
Yes.
But people had these opinions. But yeah, that is.
Oh yeah, exactly, Kohaka. Yes, that's what subjective means. Is different. No, not everyone doesn't agree on it. I mean, hell, we can't all agree that the Earth isn't flat. I did see another. For some reason, YouTube started suggesting me people debunking flat Earth videos, and one of them was a guy offering $100,000, and it was amazing. So I will draw you his argument. It's brilliant. So you all agree, I hope, that when you make a building, all of the angles of the building are 90 degrees. And you've made a cube, it's 90 degrees. You with me?
Yeah.
And that all of the walls of the building point straight down at the Earth.
Right.
Right. So then, if you do the planet, that's brilliant, and then you build a building on the planet, and you have to pretend these are straight. Let me make them a bit straighter. So, but all of these lines have to go towards the center of the Earth. So your building comes up like, why isn't that a line? Do a line. So your building comes up through the Earth like that, and then along.
It's a bit delayed, so.
And then back down through the Earth, because it has to go to the center. And his argument was those things up 90 degrees. And he's like, yes, his argument is perfectly correct. The bit the guy hasn't sussed on this is that building is about 20,000 miles across or something. Yes, if you build a building that is literally thousands of miles, the walls will definitely not be 90 degrees because it can't. You'd have to build a big curved building.
But unless I guess you built like a flat wedge that sits underneath it, that's actually
straight. Yeah, but the thing is, this guy who was basically, he drew a diagram at 15 feet across and went, look, there you go, look, I've measured it with the plumb bob, it's exactly 90 degrees. And I was like, it's 90 degrees as a programmer, you see, to how many decimal places? 2, 4, 100, 1,000? But it's not. But he's like, I've measured it, this one would be 90 degrees, and this one here would be 77 degrees. Go on then, explain that if the Earth isn't flat. And it's like, buildings aren't thousands of miles across, or they would absolutely suffer from this issue, you complete muppet.
Yeah, but you can also make triangles do some weird things as well. We start plotting them on. No, is it triangles or circles?
Max, don't start defending flat earthers now.
No. It's the circle that doesn't have 90 degrees in each. The triangle doesn't have 90 degrees in each corner.
But yeah, triangle has 60.
Huh?
Sorry?
Triangles have 60, no? I know.
The triangle's out up to 180 degrees.
Depends on the type of the triangle. You can make a triangle. Any shaped triangle has 180 degrees of the sum of the corners. Okay, standard.
Yeah. A hyperbolic triangle.
Oh no, all triangles that are three sided.
You're talking about a hyperbolic triangle where the sides do not add up. to 180.
I'm talking about a triangle. Well, a standard flat triangle,
Yeah.
180 degrees.
Yes.
If you plot 3 points on a globe,
Yes.
then you can get, and they're fairly distant apart. Not talking thousands of miles. Then, because of the curvature of the Earth, they actually add up to more than 180 degrees. So again, that proves that
Yeah.
you know
That's
It's
called.
not a triangle.
curved.
That's not a triangle. It's a hyperbolic triangle whose sides are arcs of a semicircle. Has angles that add up to less than 180 degrees.
Yeah, it's connected to the fact that the Earth is not flat. Because the triangle is not flat, because the 3 points don't form a flat space.
Yeah. So it's not a triangle. What is it then?
Or in a way, if you take
It's a
3
polygon,
points
isn't it?
and then have like actually straight lines, which would have to go into the ground, then that would form a triangle, but not if you stay on the surface.
It's a polygon, isn't it? Because it's not 3 points. So a curve is by definition an infinite number of points. So that's not a triangle. That's just a series of an infinite number of points. Yeah, no, let me show you the picture. Sorry, I didn't show it on the stream. So that's the picture. So it's a triangle on a sphere. But that's when so you can't measure an angle in 2D, in 3D and call it an angle. An angle is in 2 dimensions because you've actually got 3 angles there because it is. But yeah, it's silly.
Explaining away flat Earth theory with Adam and a mass.
Hey. Well, the thing is, it was weird watching this guy because he was so sure he was right. And he was right, assuming that his basic assumption, which was wrong, was right.
That's right.
But because that first assumption was wrong, everything else falls down. But if that bit was right...
And what was the wrong assumption?
The wrong assumption was that buildings are thousands of miles across.
Or to
Was it his
demonstrate his
assumption
theory.
that buildings are right angled?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Buildings are not right angles. You should have all picked me up on that. So if you have a big building, an office building, what are the angles of the building? From the top to the bottom. I'll give you a clue. It's nearly 90. It's almost 90. It's within...
Yeah, the walls are straight, but then the roof is not flat. It curves as much as it needs to.
Yes. But, well, the point was that you... hold on, that's going to fix that. It's only... It's basically 90. It's more or less 90. But it's not exactly 90 because it can't, because the building would be sticking up from the ground by a couple of millimeters. Or it'd be sticking into the ground by a couple of millimeters. And if you've seen any house in San Francisco, you'd understand this is quite normal on steep slopes and stuff.
Yeah, if you had a very really tall building, then you would realize it makes a sector of the planet.
Yeah, well, if you had a building that's thousands of miles across, you'd realise quite quickly that it would be it'd be curved. There's a bugger. What is it? Is it a bridge? There's a bridge, and it's like 20 miles across. And if you zoom in, you can really clearly see the curvature of the Earth, and you can really clearly see the bridge is the same height as the water all the way along. It's a great photo.
Also, it's the laser, wasn't it? If you put a laser on a level, make it perfectly level, as level as possibly humanly possible, and then you walk like, I don't know, a mile or something, or a couple of miles, you can sort of see that the thing sort of is going higher and higher and higher.
At 1 mile, it's like half an inch.
Millimetre.
At 2 miles, it's a couple of inches. At 3 miles, there's a couple of feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Lake Pontchartrain. There you go. Like, I don't know how you would ever see that picture and not... So this is a telephoto lens zoomed right in. How would anyone... I'll stick it in the chat. Would anyone look at that and not go, oh, yeah, well, there's the curvature. Oh, blimey. I think...
How long's that?
Lake Pond... Wait, hold on. It's all right. It's been debunked. Oh, I'm going to have to check that one out. Lake Pontchartrain. Let's have a look. Oh my god, that's enormous. Bloody hell. Measure...
That's what she said.
Thank you. Measure distance to 30 kilometres.
Oh wow, that is massive. Jesus.
30
Okay.
kilometers of what?
It's a lake. Wait.
Oh wow. Big lake.
So here we go. Flat Earth. Debunking flat Earth misconceptions. No, I want to know what the flat Earth excuse is for why that's right. It's the lens. But the towers are not straight.
Oh, there's a website on that image you were looking at on the stream, flatearth.ws/prompt trainer, or is that just the...
Yeah, that shows why it's true.
Oh, I see. But the pictures are fake.
Go and take your own one then. Prove it.
The towers are too close
Yeah,
to each other.
so they don't understand the fact it's a telephoto lens. That's why it's exaggerated. There's no apparent horizon. What? That's left to right. This is what we don't get. So left to right, we're looking there at a very tiny amount. Front to backwards, we're looking at 30 kilometers. It doesn't show the right kind of. Here's the video showing the same curvature, but the picture isn't here. It's not a brilliant picture, but that's not done using a telephoto. That's the point of telephoto, because it exaggerates it so you can see it.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying. Like, these like the science behind this is arguably objective unless it's proven wrong.
Well, if it's
But the interpretation of that information is subjective.
in this case, yes, people are. Well, the thing is, it's yes, they are.
It's a different thing if you can verify the information yourself, but like socially acceptable or socially internalized belief. I think you're trying to get that objective there, but objective can also have like I can mathematically verify the truth myself,
Yeah.
or like have an independent thing that I know is reliable to have that result.
Yeah. So
Lots of things you don't have access to an independent thing that could say about the thing.
yeah, but I mean, Brett, do you agree gravity exists?
Based on the facts we have, yeah.
Right. What's gravity? What makes gravity happen? Why don't I float away? Very roughly.
It's just due to the force that's exerted because of the massive entities, right?
Right. So,
Essentially.
You agree then that we are on a sphere and we're being all dragged towards the center of the sphere just because it's a big chunk of mass. There's no.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, simple. Cool. Now
Well,
prove to me then. Prove to me we are not on a flat Earth, and the flat Earth is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second.
Well, I guess surely the moon would prove that.
The moon's moving with us.
I guess the thing is I would argue that amusingly, the flat Earth thing kind of. I don't want to say fits with the theory of gravity, but if the disk, air quotes, was big enough and mass, it would still have gravity applying to it.
No, it wouldn't, because on the flat Earth disk, gravity would be weird because gravity would point towards the center of the disk. So on the edge of the disk, gravity would be at an angle. Another quite an easy way of proving it not, but you haven't answered my question. Prove that we are not accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second, and for sake of discussion, Einstein was wrong, and we can beat the speed of light.
So we're constantly accelerating.
So we're constantly accelerating. Just
bloody hell.
But you have to assume for this one that we were mistaken about the speed of light, because that's one argument. Because in about 4 months,
You don't have to.
Yeah. Ola, what we'll do is when you're in the chat with us, we'll get you into a different channel because this is a locked away channel.
I don't really know the science behind proving that wrong personally.
There is actually an easy way. If you were to fire a laser, it would curve downwards because the laser would be traveling along, and then obviously as we're moving, it would bend, and that's
the laser would not behave differently.
The laser will behave differently if you're moving.
But what I was going to say when Chao was about to finish talking was while the thing about whether it's subjective or not is that you can argue that your senses are sort of subjective because they might not necessarily be correct.
Yes, that was the basis of the Dark Star episode.
I don't think that the equivalence principle works in the way that you could distinguish those situations.
I agree, but I guess subjective is the wrong word for that because it's not like an opinion. It's more of are my senses accurate kind of thing.
Oliver, it's not that light is affected by gravity, but a light beam by definition goes straight. But if you're moving upwards, it
transmission will be going downwards.
It will look like it's bending downwards because
Pushing
you're
the laser.
accelerating
As
away
it
from it.
does on Earth.
What? What?
It does the bending on Earth, so it would not appear different.
Really? Not at 9 meters per second. I mean, that means
Like the sun bends light, and the Earth bends light also. It's not so strong that you would notice with a laser pointer, but for the effect that you're describing, it would be the same.
yes, not though, because light would bend then at about 10 meters per 300,000 kilometers. It's quite a measurable number. I know gravity does bend light, but not by that much.
I understood that equivalence principle says that it would. I'm not sure where you're getting your numbers.
For
I
which?
think the effect would be really small.
Well, no, in 1 light second, if we would see you tomorrow, Oliver. If we're accelerating at 9.8 meters per second, and I fire a laser beam, it should be straight. After 1 second, it will have dropped. It will have dropped 10 meters because I've moved 10 meters upwards. In 1 light second, it's dropped 10 meters. It's quite a measurable thing, and that's a few centimeters per 3 kilometers.
But the source which launched the photon, that would. And I have to check on whether I agree on the math or not.
Yeah. This isn't me. I haven't made this up. It's a thought experiment. Prove that you are not constantly accelerating, and that is one of the ways you canonically prove that it's not by pointing out the lasers go straight rather than curving away from you.
I understood that general relativity famously says that there is an equivalence principle that you cannot distinguish between being in a gravitational field and accelerating yourself.
Yeah, but the laser would help you distinguish that.
Well, I mean, forget the lasers. How about a bow and arrow, or anything? Like it will. It will. Well,
if you are in a rocket ship,
yeah,
and fire an arrow, then it will drop on the floor, just as if you were on a planet that had a gravitational field. In space, there's no gravitational field, and the apparent gravity is because the spaceship is accelerating into the arrow. But it will seem like the arrow dropped if you are inside the spaceship. That's the whole point of the equivalence principle.
Oh, what's it called? What's it called? It's like the elevator accelerating upwards at the speed of gravity, something like that. Damn it! I try to remember the name of it. If you were in an elevator accelerating downwards faster than gravity, would you be pushed up to the ceiling? Yes.
Well, you're not being pushed up to the ceiling. You would be falling, and the elevator would be travelling faster than you.
I'll tell you what. I'll open up the ultimate one. Imagine you have an aeroplane, and the aeroplane is on a runway, like a treadmill, and the treadmill spins backwards at the same speed the plane moves forwards. Does the plane take off?
Of course it does.
Are you sure?
The treadmill's inside the airplane, right?
No, the treadmill. So the runway is a treadmill. So the plane is on a treadmill. So the plane accelerates forwards, but the runway goes backwards at the same speed the plane goes forwards. Does the plane take off?
No.
I say no.
Oh, we've got no's. Amazing. Okay, Brett, how about you?
Well, the engines would be doing it. The engines would be going bonkers, but it wouldn't get you wouldn't be moving.
You wouldn't get the lift. Zero doesn't lift.
We've got 3.
I was just saying, if you're not actually moving, you wouldn't get the lift.
Right, so that's four of you that are wrong. Now, what you've done is what that guy did. You have made an incorrect assumption, and you have built from that assumption. So your assumption is the plane won't move. That's your assumption.
That's what you just said.
I said the treadmill. I said the treadmill will go backwards at the same speed the plane goes forwards. And your assumption is the plane won't move. And if the plane doesn't move, the plane doesn't take off. 100% agreed. Right. Why doesn't the plane move?
Because the treadmill's the opposite.
It does move. Yeah, it moves forward in like double velocity that the belt is going backward. Yeah, that was a wording trap.
It's not quite a wording trap, but
Yeah.
it's usually
pushing the
people who say, yeah, what's pushing the plane? Usually people who say it doesn't assume, for whatever reason, that planes move forwards because of their wheels. They don't. The wheels don't do
I was
anything.
assuming the scenario was that
Well,
the
it
wheel
starts on the
speed
wheels.
was
What?
enough. That wheel speed was equal to the belt speed.
Yes, but yeah, the wheel speed is equal to the belt speed. But planes don't put power through their wheels. Brakes, yes. Power, no. The
Oh, I
XKC
see. So it doesn't matter how much you
spin the wheel
roll
backwards.
the wheels backwards, it wouldn't slow it, wouldn't stop it from taking off.
Exactly. But it was brilliant watching you all take the wrong leap and then going. You see, you've got the first bit of information wrong and then veered off down a path. XKTC put this brilliant. They said each 747 engine puts out £250,000 of thrust, which is enough to fire a brachiosaur straight upwards. It doesn't matter what you do, the plane is taking off. And they said if you were to build a treadmill that did this, what would actually happen? You program in a PID, the treadmill would rapidly spin up to infinity miles an hour. And the plane would still take off. You know, the bearings would disintegrate things.
If the wheel speed is equal to the belt speed, then it can't move forward. Or if the engines did push the plane forward, then the wheels would have to spin faster than the belt does.
Yeah, but the wheels are freewheeling. They're unpowered.
And that's yeah.
Okay,
I was wrong, but
so-
I felt like it was a wording trap.
It's an interesting one because
It's a thought trap.
yeah, if you start down the wrong bit, you never verify your first assumption. Think of it another way. So we've got a conveyor belt and a shopping trolley on the conveyor belt, and I'm standing beside the conveyor belt, and the same thing. The conveyor belt goes back at the same speed. Can I pull the shopping trolley along? So if I pull the shopping trolley forwards at 10 miles an hour, the conveyor belt's going backwards at 20 miles an hour, and the wheels are doing 20 miles an hour. But the conveyor belt isn't powered. Sorry, the shopping trolley is not powered by its wheels. It's powered by muggins here pulling it along. Yes, I mean, Kawaki, you are quite correct. There is the rolling resistance of the wheels to take into account, but as a rule of thumb, you're talking about 0.001% of any relevant part. Rolling resistance is not really a worry. I mean, in reality, the tires would probably burst first. And if in 747, the tires would burst, and it would damn well take off anyway, gouging big gap things down the conveyor
Thank you
belt.
everyone when it landed.
Yes.
I have to go.
We'll see you tomorrow for Rec Room.
Yay.
If we can get a working this time.
My PC was the issue last week.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I say, if you did burst the tyres, it would just drag the untired wheels through the conveyor belt and it would still take off anyway.
It's the case of the perfectly spherical cow in the perfect vacuum. One of those things.
What? I don't know this one.
Oh.
Go on, do this one.
I don't know. There's a
Brilliant.
physicist. Why? There's a physicist joke, and
Right.
sort of the punchline is based on the lines of, yeah, but where can we find our perfectly spherical cows in this perfect vacuum? So that's what you're testing in every physics experiment. You have
Yes.
a cow that ends up being perfectly spherical.
Yes, and assume there is no gravity, assume there is no
Yeah.
friction. Because I did do a thing once which was how much heat is released when two trains collide into each other weighing blah, blah, blah tons at blah, blah, blah miles an hour. I'm like, are we assuming there's no sound or sparks or heat generated? It's pure. But yeah, it's those sort of things that just, it only works, assuming the ramp has no friction. Pardon me? Oh, wood. These are all very long way away now.
I guess kind of a tangent, but also related to the morality stuff from earlier. I've noticed recently that I've seen some arguments of vegans and stuff that people's opinions on animals when talking about different kinds of animals and animal cruelty and meat eating and stuff is very inconsistent.
Yes.
Depending on how they feel towards the animal.
Yes, well, of course. This is why.
But should you be inconsistent with your morality?
Well, yeah. I mean, there are certain ethnicities I would definitely punch over other ones. Absolutely. Would you not say that's true? Would you treat all ethnicities equal when you were coming to whether or not you wanted to punch them? Are you evenly handed on that? Is that what you're saying?
I I would argue I'm probably even on that. I don't
Really?
know.
So you wouldn't punch a Nazi over somebody else? My God, you disgust me.
Is Nazi an ethnicity?
I just, for the purpose of this discussion, yes, it is. Oh wow, that is a lot of boats, isn't it? Oh my goodness.
But then I guess you could also argue that some people forcefully subscribe to being a Nazi because of their surroundings at the time. So for those people, maybe I wouldn't want to punch them.
Punch some sense into them.
But I mean, like, you get what I mean, though, right? Some people are a product of their upbringing.
Yes, yes. I mean, I can't think of it. I mean, I think everyone's a product of their upbringing, to a degree.
Yes. So this another thing I came across the other day was oh shit, what was I going to say? But
I don't know.
I had something in mind and then it was gone. Oh, give me a second. Okay, so another morality question. A person kills or rapes someone, or whatever, horrible crime.
A horrible crime, punching them.
Yes, a random horrible crime.
A random. Okay, cool.
They have some kind of thing that gives them complete amnesia of all previous events after they've been sentenced. Is that person now the same person as before they had the amnesia that did the murder? Like, can you hold this new person, a person with no memories of having done the thing, and that now behaves differently because they had no memories? Is that the same accountable person as the person before that performed the action?
Are you insinuating that the question whether they are the same person or not has some implication whether we should kill him or not?
Not whether you should kill them. Let's say that person was the person that committed the crime of killing someone. If they then have serious amnesia and then now essentially a blank slate of a person that has no memory of killing the person, has no reason to kill people now, and is arguably now being imprisoned
for something they don't remember doing, something they didn't do. Yeah. Well, I mean,
should you then release them or send them somewhere else, or?
If they are in the same brain state than before the crime took place, then we have proof that they have propensity of making crimes. They could not have learned anything from doing the thing. So.
But what happens if their crime was, for example, they came home and found their wife sleeping with an ostrich or something and decided to kill them for that? Maybe not my best. Maybe not my best example.
If he finds the second wife and kills, then he would likely kill those people also.
What happens if his murder of the wife was due to his violent upbringing, where his father advocated killing of women who sleep with ostriches? But as he has no memory, he has no memory of that childhood event. Yeah,
basically my point is that let's say they have no memory beyond being able to speak the language or whatever. So I don't believe that necessarily that person would then go on to do that kind of act again if they had that complete blank memory, right? Like, you have no reason to believe that unless you place them in a scenario that would lead to them learning to be that way, essentially.
Is a murderer taught, or is it just something you are?
If they have not learned from their experience, they will behave as before.
Well, no, because they have no memory.
But you can't learn from something if you have no memory of it. There's nothing to learn here. You're blank. There's no memory here.
And you also, whatever, you also have, he's saying that you've forgotten all your memories. Whatever reasons in your life that caused you to decide to murder that poor lady no longer apply. Unrelated, I really regret starting this railway line because this is enormous.
But yeah, essentially the question there is, do you still hold them accountable?
Well, I think the question is, are you the sum of your memories, or are you fundamentally who you are? And to that, I think the obvious answer is, I don't know.
It kind of depends on what theory of justice you're under. If you can intervene to the reason that they did do the crime, you could become confident that they would not crime again, even if they don't remember the decision process that led them to do the crime. If it's traumatized and he has random baggage on it, then healing them would make it reasonable that this has standard level of risk rather than high heightened level of risk.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting point.
And I don't think that forgetting your crime lets you off the hook on it. I would think that you would be liable for things you have forgotten.
But the question is, are your some of your memories? If all your memories are gone, are you a different person? Should you be? Like, imagine for sake of argument, every 10 years, every single person loses all their memories. So you have no knowledge of anything you've done at all, of any terrible thing that's happened to you, any childhood trauma. So it's something I did 11 years ago. Should I be held responsible for it now? Because I have no memory of doing it and no memory of whatever nurture caused me to do that.
Yeah,
I'm in the same
what
body,
I feel,
but nothing else.
But I know that there's an edge case that somebody could argue that if you are a father and your son commits a crime, you could claim that it was his decision and that's a separate person and I'm not liable in any way. But some fathers could have like the thought process that I can be held liable for my son's crimes, that I can take the fall on that.
Well, I mean that's literally a phrase, you know, for the sins of the father, which is generally not accepted. Which happened to me once. I had some Irish bloke have a go at me. It was at one of my guildies, and his granddad found out he was talking to an English bloke, who then came on the Discord channel, just started swearing and shouting at me for, not the trouble, something else, something the black, something in Ireland. Ireland murders black. What was it called? No, not someone called David Black. But yeah, I was like, I just shouted back at him like, dude, I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm not being held responsible for whatever you think some British person did in Ireland in the, you know, the 60s or whatever. All of my people are from the southwest. Sod off. And he was like, yeah, fair play to you, sir. Good on you for not wussing out. I'm like, what's going on here?
He challenged you and you accepted his challenge.
Apparently I did, yes.
But the question on what acts you should be liable doesn't necessarily have a connection on who you are. Although the principle understands that a person should be liable primarily only for their own actions, is an understandable one.
Well, what about parents of children? There are plenty of situations where if a child does something, you're liable. Your child, not a child.
But that's based on guardianship and like more direct acts of the parenting.
I don't get to control what my child does. Why should I be responsible for what they decide to do? Because of what I have passed on to them. Is that the reasoning? Because in that
it is somewhat questionable, but I think it comes with the power to override the minor's decision. And the defense would be that you do have the power to override them. Therefore, we do hold you responsible. And the minor doesn't have the capability of doing the things for themselves. So the guardian is liable for those kind of actions.
Well, what happens if the child goes out completely without my supervision and steals a car? Why would I be responsible?
I guess the parental or what guardianship responsibility applies. It can be like limited that some things would fall under guardianship and others would not.
But my point is that does fall under guardianship. So the argument is that my nurture of that child is what is at fault. Ergo, things that happen in the past are what has caused the present. Ergo, if that past is gone, then nothing I do.
I don't think it's for the upbringing decision. It's more like being the warden, or like not having the child grounded effectively, or having not forbidden to steal cars, or putting them in a situation that would enable the stealing of cars.
What,
not for exactly instilling the moral principles.
What, like going outside unattended? I mean that's the only thing that stops you stealing a car is not having a car to hand and a brick.
Well, anything really. It could be anything you just happen to have to hand. Like maybe you smash a window with a skateboard or something.
Have you ever tried to smash a car window, Brett?
Not really, no.
I can tell you haven't. It's very, very hard.
Oh, it's quite hard, yeah. I mean, my point is, I imagine you could find something to smash a car window with. Whether it's a brick or something else. Depends, I guess.
But I think, like, a good guardian would have to see, argue that he had no knowledge of there being a problem. And if you in fact had a kleptomaniac child or something, then you should do the due diligence of mitigating it so it doesn't become a problem.
Yeah, so again, this boils back down to if you are responsible through past actions for that crime happening indirectly. So if those memories go away, whatever caused me to do those crimes, are you not? I think the real question is, but obviously you can't say yes because the people are like, oh no, I've forgotten everything. No, totally have. No, completely forgotten everything. I can't be guilty.
Well,
of
I guess it's in the same sort of
that
boat as
thing.
the people that plead insanity and get sent to a mental asylum instead, right?
Yes, you still do get sent to mental asylum for quite a long time. You don't get sent free. You just turn up once a week for things. So
I guess my argument then would be, would you send someone, not necessarily to a mental asylum, but to like a psychiatrist or something instead of prison if they were in that scenario?
well,
In a similar kind of vein.
well,
It's like automatic.
I'd like to point out I'm a computer programmer. I don't send people to prison as part of my job, and I've never really felt that I would be suitable to do that.
Like having a result of not guilty because of incapable of bearing responsibility would be an auto reason to have a person treated.
I prefer the maths and logic questions, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was an interesting like philosophical point because like maybe it's something that might have happened at some point. I don't know.
I'll tell you what.
Like, yeah.
I'll tell you what. We'll do a different one.
Oh no.
So as a logic, this is one of my favourite logic puzzles. So there are 4 people. I'll put in a picture up on the screen. So there are 4 people buried up to their neck in sand.
Right.
And there's a wall between them. This is not a trick question, okay? There is no trickery. There is no it turns out there's a time machine or any.
So why 2 of the members of the KKK?
Because the point is the people either have white hats or black hats. They're buried up to their necks in the ground. They cannot look behind. They can only look forwards. Between A and B is a brick wall that cannot be seen through. They all know that they are wearing 4 hats, 2 black and 2 white, but they do not know what colour they are wearing. They know there are 3 other men and where they are. If you do not tell me the colour of your own hat within 1 minute, everybody dies. Who calls out and why? I love this one. This one went at our office for hours. If you know it, just don't say anything.
Wait, so one person calls out is what you're saying?
If anyone calls out the name of their own hat, they all go free. If they do not say anything within 1 minute or they call out the wrong thing, everyone gets killed.
Can they coordinate beforehand?
No. That, as I said, it is not a trick question. It's clever. It's a great. This is one of the logic puzzles you tend to get asked at job interviews. Not a trick question.
So C would see the 2 people next to them have white hats.
No, he would see. He would see.
D, but not D.
Yeah. Because there's a wall and D's behind him.
So he can't turn, right? Okay.
He can't turn. Otherwise, it's very simple.
Can D see C and B?
Yes.
So he would know. Oh no, he wouldn't know. Fuck.
C knows.
Okay. Do you know this one already, or have you deduced it? If you deduced it, I am.
I have been with similar kinds of things. I don't know whether I've seen this particular one, but I know of the techniques or the kind of trickiness that it involves. Do you want me to slowly step through the
Well, I'll see
things
if
that I thought?
is anyone going to.
No, I got nothing. I think D has the most information, but I don't know which one would actually.
See, you're very close. So D has the most information. Does D call
if you think
out?
about the counterfactuals, if D would see 2 black hats, D would know.
Yeah.
But because D doesn't know, that makes the other people know stuff.
He hasn't shouted out his own colour.
Yeah, D has not shouted out Therefore,
C and B know that they're both two different hats. Right?
Yeah.
correct.
And B doesn't know anything, but C knows what color B is and knows that
Yeah.
they are different from B
Yeah.
and C.
So either
So should-
either D shouts out because he can see two of the same color hat in front of him. So if he sees two whites, he has a black. If he sees two blacks, he has a white. If D does not shout out, C can deduce that his hat color is whatever color hat B's isn't. Logic.
Wait, what?
Okay, I'll go.
You did not follow.
Okay, so if D can see two blacks, he knows that his
Yeah.
hat is white.
Yeah, I got that.
If D can see two whites, he knows his hat is black.
Yeah.
D says nothing. So therefore, D can see one black and one white.
Yes.
Therefore, whatever colour B's hat is, C's hat is not that colour. So it's a two-step logic thing. Because D says nothing, C knows that his hat is whatever colour B's hat is not. B hat.
That makes sense. Okay.
Does
But
everyone have
this,
to get up?
this relies that C can determine how much D would take to shout something. And if they don't know the personality of it, it can be a coin toss whether it takes 10 seconds or 40
Yeah.
seconds.
They also can't say anything else to each other. But yeah, this went around our office, but without the solution. Like
Wow.
in about 99, and we're like, what? And it was one of those. We're like, is it clever wording in the puzzle? Is it one of those where, you know, there are only 7 letters in the alphabet? What is the third one? And the answer is E.
Have you played with the Professor Layton games, Please?
I have not.
They're quite good. They're quite old now, though. I think.
I also reminded a similar puzzle of that kind that has slightly different things.
Sorry, Shalka,
That's-
can
that
you
comes
just go to
together.
Nedham a second? You have a problem.
Nedham?
Nedham. Nendum, sorry. Nendum.
I think I'm tired for actual playing.
Have you seen what your hovercraft are doing?
That's awesome.
I have hovercraft now.
You have a lot of hovercraft.
So, here's kind of another philosophy thing relating to the meat eating thing before.
Meat.
So, let's say you've got like a cow or something, just an animal that maybe you would eat, potentially.
I maybe would eat a cow potentially, yes.
So think about what you think makes a person, because usually the reason for not eating a creature is if it's sentient enough that you care about it, right?
No.
I can understand that
Agree.
stance, but it's not that I am automatically accepting it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't eat a hamster, but they're barely sentient.
Right, but that's because you ascribe that thing to be a pet, right?
All right, I wouldn't
Yes.
eat a rat, but they're barely sentient.
Maybe, but in some places in the world they might eat rats, right?
Well, yeah, that's fine, but they are allowed to. I'm not stopping them.
Yeah.
But okay.
You're also allowed to hear it. But yeah, is that immoral? Or is that just, ew, I wouldn't eat a rat? So I feel like that's not a moral thing. I feel like if a rat tasted nice, you might actually consider it.
Well, as I said, I ate horse once, and it was one of the most. It was literally the most delicious kebab I've ever had in my whole life, and I felt bad eating it because it's a horse, and I like horses, and I
Right.
used to have a
But-
horse.
Essentially the point.
Not
is
the one I
usually-
ate. Just to be clear.
Usually, sentience or consciousness is the main contention point. But like the reason why you wouldn't eat a human, but you'd eat most animals, right?
Well, no, not. I think people, it's an easy go to that this is not sentient, so therefore I can eat it. But
Right.
It's, people have that stance because they are not really thinking about it.
I mean,
But basically,
hold on, but people.
basically-
One of the important things is people can say, "Brett, please stop eating me. I don't want you to eat me." Animals
yes,
can't
but
do
so
that.
can creatures. They can like scream at you and
Walk
shit
away.
if you try to do that, right?
Walk away. Oh,
But that's not even. So the thought experiment essentially is, if you could gradually take parts of what being a human is, whether that's sentience or whatever, and ascribe that to a creature, at what point does it become unacceptable to eat it?
Well, I mean, are you suggesting, Brett, that if someone's in a vegetative coma, we should give them a couple of weeks to come round and dice them up?
This was something that I saw come up when other people would. Yes. but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's a good one about objective morality. Is it wrong to eat people? Cannibals would say no.
I think in a plane crash where people's lives would be lost if cannibalism is not done, then cannibalism can be permissible.
Yeah, but
So-
Brett's question is, when is it okay to eat people? Like, how can you stop a person being a person so it's okay to eat them? Which does, again...
So my stance is that it can be acceptable to eat people.
Yeah.
So you can be a full people and you can be eaten.
Yeah,
I guess the point is, like, for a non-human, at what point do you ascribe enough value to it that it becomes unaccessible?
So I think
Rather
my worry
than
is
the
here,
other way
Brett, is I feel that you want to eat someone and you want us to justify it for you.
No, not at all. I
Well,
just thought it was an interesting discussion point.
but yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not sure there's any point where I would remove someone's life. I mean, if they were already dead, I
Oh, no,
wouldn't,
I'm
I
not
wouldn't
talking
want
about
to eat them.
I'm not talking about humans.
Oh, you're talking about how...
I'm talking about so I have a cow,
Right.
and I'm gradually one by one assigning attributes we assign to be human
Right.
to that cow. At what point does it become unacceptable to eat the cow?
When it can eat talk, that's definitely one.
Well, I
So
think
she-
it's... I know what my stance is, but maybe I'll give room for TJ's first.
So
Yeah,
what
if-
you're saying, Adam, is you wouldn't eat a parrot.
You're correct. I would not eat a parrot. That's a fairly safe statement. I feel you haven't unlocked any magical mystery of the universe. You just stated the obvious. No, I would not eat a parrot.
Yeah, but is that purely because it can speak?
No, but why else?
Because
Would...
arguably the parrot is not very different from some birds that people might eat.
Really?
I can't think. I mean,
Like?
okay, so how much worse is eating a parrot than eating, say, a chicken? And for what reason?
Chickens are incredibly stupid.
Okay, so I guess you could say the same thing about the human thing. What, like, if I find a guy that's got 20 IQ, is it then okay to eat that guy?
20? God. Wait, Kohaka, have you never been around an African grey parrot? African grey parrots can speak. African grey parrots absolutely are some of the brightest animals out there. Like,
Yeah, some parrots.
they
some
can
parrots are
talk.
impressive.
Some gorillas have learned sign language. There's a brilliant one. It was a gorilla, and it had a cat. It had not a pet cat, but had like a companion cat. And the gorilla ripped the sink off the wall, and when it got told off, it signed the cat did it. So it was clever enough to lie and to shift blame, but not clever enough to work out that perhaps the cat couldn't rip the sink off the wall. But yeah, African greys, they are much cleverer than simply just muting back sounds they hear. They are... There's octopuses, dolphins, and grey parrots. They're our best bet for the next animal in the animal kingdom that will become sentient.
But yeah, do you get my point though? Is that it's quite inconsistent. It's not a consistent line of thought that most people have in terms of valuing creatures.
Yeah, I mean, there is the argument. Everyone else is doing it, and no one eats parrots. Well, very few people eat parrots.
Yeah, but then you get a lot of people that go, I'm going to be, so you should stop bullfighting or whatever, or activity that's like torturous for animals, or like testing cosmetics on animals, but then they're fine with eating chicken nuggets.
Yes, but as a rule, you don't taunt the chicken to death over a number of hours by sticking it with little swords. Generally speaking,
you have professional people looking after their lives,
but
which can provide a better level of life.
I mean, when you do kill a cow, it's instant. There's no torture. It is an instant. The cow does not know what's going on, and then it's dead. There's no bang, it's gone.
But then I guess that's also an argument of sentience, right? And like whether the creatures have acknowledgeable feelings about these things.
How does the sentience come into play?
So
do you think that non-sentients don't have pain?
Well, I doubt they experience pain in the same way that we might. I imagine more intelligent creatures probably experience pain in a different way, or understand it in a different way.
So you think that non-sentient pain is like worthless?
No, not at all. But I guess my point is more that some creatures, if you talk to them or whatever, may understand, may or may not understand why that is happening to them. And there's a line there, maybe.
Yes, that is true. I mean, there are certain levels of mental retardation amongst people where they would not understand what's happening. Is it okay to eat them? Brett, I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's still not okay to eat people who are suffering levels of mental retardation that means they do not understand what's going on. Not being controversial with this one.
But what I was going to say a second ago was but then I would argue, for the sake of consistency, if I wanted to be consistent in my opinions about animals, I would say that the value that maybe you get from, like, say, bullfighting, entertains more people than your chicken nuggets gives to you in terms of sustenance.
But in an ideal world, and I realise it's not entirely the case, there should be no suffering from an animal being used for food. It should lead a happy life as much as a cow can be happy or even understand what's going on particularly. And then it does not suffer. It is simply no longer alive and then turns into delicious steaks.
I guess then, though, do you argue whether or not animals have a desire to live?
All things have a desire to live, but I mean, if you've ever cut an insect in half, you'll realise quite quickly it's very ingrained. There's no thought process. It's at some point, if you walk down the evolutionary ladder, I don't know what you would call it, the brain count ladder, what are behaviours of intelligence turn into reactions. So by the time you hit a cat, I think if you ever have a kitten, kittens cannot not play with something. They see something, they'll play with it. Now, if it was a snake or the tail of a tiger, they would still do it. There is no thought. It is pure instinct, and they almost can't overcome it. Eventually they can. I mean, I'm still training Dora that she doesn't bite my hands anymore, but she does bite my toes. So I still have to train her. That's still part of me. Please don't bite that bit. So yeah, I mean, while she does have a desire to live, she doesn't have a desire to live in the same way a human does, where we can consciously understand our desire to live and perhaps express why we want to live. It's purely an ingrained biological imperative.
Right, but I guess then... Sorry, go for a second.
I would like to say my stance. I think I skirted out the issue about the value in that saying that there doesn't need to be a stable value of what animals are killable or not. I can think that in a human society, if there's a primitive level of that human society and it needs the livestock or whatever to live, then it can be permissible to farm them and kill them and hunt them and such. But if you are very advanced, then there's like no excuse and it's just made for sport and you could sustain yourself well and be like better in other ways, and then just choosing to sustain yourself in a way that makes others suffer is not good. But then one could try to make the argument that you must instantly genetically modify to not be a carnivore, but I don't think that can be demanded quite easily. So to the extent that you can't demand something to cease to be a carnivore, then the level of what can be killed is more about your development level rather than what's the value or what's the thing that you would be consuming is worth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to say I'm pretty sure that within my lifetime I will see cheap meatless meat. I mentioned this before. The moment that meatless chicken becomes cheaper than real chicken, or meatless beef becomes cheaper than real beef, that's all KFC and Burger King are going to push. If they can save 1 cent per burger, that's it. That's the moment. That's what they'll do. They will go hell for leather on that one. And then the technology will get really good. But in theory, that means that every Burger King burger will be the best possible, freshest, most perfect cut of Wagyu beef. All of them.
But I guess the entire point of the conversation is that, so like there's the inconsistency, but usually when there's inconsistencies with other lines of thought, people will get like murdered. Well, not murdered, but like, you know, like theoretically assaulted on their ideas of those things. Like you kind of see this with like the religious discussion sometimes when you give them a statement that doesn't fit their, like, I don't want to say their narrative, but like their belief, and it just breaks down around them and they just panic or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, I had a horse kebab. And I'm like, oh no, I can't eat horses. That's bad. But I mean, if I objectively look about it, there's no reason not to eat horses. Horses are. There's a threshold, I guess. When horses are past the threshold of smartness, pigs probably are, but they're very delicious and kind of messy, so therefore it doesn't count. And dogs and cats are far too lovely to eat, so therefore you can't eat cats, dogs, or horses, but pigs are fine. Cows are fine.
Yeah.
Have you ever been around a cow? Cows are incredibly stupid. They're not as stupid as chickens. If you have a chicken,
they're fairly intelligent.
No, they aren't.
No.
I grew up in the countryside. Trust me, cows are not intelligent in the slightest. They are cunning, perhaps, but not intelligent. A chicken, on the other hand, if you put a chicken's head under its own wing, it thinks it's nighttime and goes to sleep. There's a guy did a post and he said, my chickens have all died of thirst. I changed their water bowl from a red one to a blue one, and they didn't realise that blue ones could have water into it, and they've all died. Chickens are whatever point there is where intelligence is part of this. Chickens are definitely the other side of it.
But yeah, basically I just find it interesting that like people can be inconsistent on this, and that's okay, even though usually when it comes to philosophical stuff, you want to be as consistent as possible, because then when there's an extreme example, it doesn't become really difficult for you to decide.
No, I'm being consistent. They have to be smart enough and not disgusting.
It would be kind of odd to be really consistent. I think there's a lot of inconsistencies in life. I think it's a good smell of trying to improve your system by smelling out the inconsistencies. But if you induce an ontological or epistemological crisis in some people, and then like think of them bad because they don't know what to do, like intentionally inducing an ontological crisis on a person, that's like a not nice thing to do.
A what crisis? Sorry, Tom. Oh, I didn't get the word.
Ontological.
I don't know that word.
If someone's life is based on some kind of religious belief, and you give them incontrovertible proof, like no shadow of the doubt, this is a problem with this belief system.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a difficult time leading their life, and they're going to have a lot of personal trauma and such, which probably doesn't have nothing to do with the technical details of what the issue is or something like that. And that kind of trauma is probably unnecessary, and things should be taken to mitigate that kind of thing.
Yeah, I see. Unfortunately, for me, I personally disagree. I think that there's nothing. I'd be overstated to say there's nothing worse than, but I feel there are a few things worse than being wrong. I found myself arguing on the internet. People go, "Oh, well, this is your opinion." I'm like, I don't really have an opinion. What you're saying is factually wrong. You're sharing your stuff on Facebook that is like the guy that said that Sir Thomas died from his COVID vaccine. I mean, it's just so unbelievably wrong, and I don't really care that you think that. What I do care about is that is factually incorrect. So if I could prove that all religion, any given religion, was false or true, I would absolutely do that, and I would absolutely stop people believing something that is false. Whether or not the outcome of that is different, but I don't feel anyone should ever believe anything is false. If it came up to one of those incontrovertible proof that the Earth is flat, I'm not going to argue. I'm going to go, wow, I'm surprised and amazed, but there's the proof. Wow. Again, like Justice League, going, wow, this is pretty good. I'm very surprised because my evidence was there, so I changed my worldview about Zack Snyder's films.
Yeah, but it's about what you're balancing it against.
Well,
like
being wrong.
If there was somebody that needed to concentrate on something like keeping people alive, like a pilot of a plane, and then you knew that if you contradicted on something, he would get mad and crash the plane.
Yeah, but I can wait till he's landed the plane.
And that's the kind of controversy, or like the courtesy of if somebody's wrong, it doesn't always make sense in every. You can't correct them on absolutely anywhere.
No.
It makes sense to be tactical and make the most constructive place to. And
there's
do it in a space where there are support structures. People are not doing anything else. Express interest in being right and such.
No, there's a time and a place for everything. I mean, to be honest, if I were somehow to disprove that Shikism isn't Shinto is completely wrong, I think there'd be a whole bunch of people in Japan who there'd be support groups going, well, turns out this wasn't the right religion. Whoops. So I think they would have plenty of other people in the same boat as them. Now, whatever this. Yeah, I'm sure if aliens come along, you'll get that. A lot of people will have their worldviews. I assume there are some religions that absolutely say there are no aliens. I don't know of any. I don't think Christianity is one of them. I know, God created man in his own image, but I don't think he specifically said there are no other life forms out there.
I think that it was a question on Catholic Church on whether aliens should be treated like heathens, or like should you be a missionary if aliens ever turn out.
I guess it depends if they have a soul. Well, first thing, do they look like humans?
Yeah, that's the kind of theological questions they were asking. But that like seems that they have the attitude that it would not automatically be in direct conflict with the religion. And I think that if aliens were like a plausible thing to actually be the case, we could probably not, we are not like mature enough to really handle that kind of possibility.
Well, according to the Talmud, which I think is one of the books in the Torah, God spent his night flying around 18,000 worlds. So they definitely are all for aliens because it's in the Torah. Now, I don't know of any specifically any religious things, because what happened in 2014, NASA awarded a bunch of money to the Centre for Theological Inquiry to study the societal implications of astrobiology. Essentially, how would the world's religions react if we got aliens? And then they got sued and then tried to stop them, because science should not concern itself with how progress will impact faith-based beliefs. And it's like, well, they were actually just researching how will different religions react. Were they like, wow, aliens, or, these have all got to be destroyed, they are abominations, or what?
Kohaga's latest comment.
Well, if aliens don't have a soul, I think Brett will kill them if they sleep. Is it okay to eat aliens if they're sentient? Again, it depends how clever they are and if they're cute. So Dora's pretty stupid. I wouldn't eat her. Parrots are too pretty to eat. I think that's fair.
But I guess part of the point of the discussion about the consistency thing is all the reasons we ascribe to reasons not to eat these things are fairly arbitrary.
Well, I mentioned this before about how incest is a completely what's the word? Arbitrary moral.
Manufactured.
Yeah, manufactured moral. Same thing with cannibalism. There's nothing inherently wrong about eating other people, other than as a society we've decided that's not something we're doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'm all for that. Speaking as a person, I am all for not being eaten by other people.
Yeah, but one comparison I think some other people drew for this thing about the animal thing specifically was to the issues you sometimes have when you come across people that say killing is objectively wrong kind of thing, and then you present them with the classic, you have a lever and there's two train tracks and people are strapped to the train tracks, which one do you kill?
The trolley problem, yeah.
Yeah, because then that sort of breaks their system to a degree.
Yeah, but should everybody be equipped to handle hard ethical problems? Or is it okay to offload ethical thinking to experts?
It's not necessarily wrong to offload it to others, I guess, but I feel like...
I think we're all sick of experts.
But I think there will be scenarios in... I don't want to say everyone's lives, but where you have to make decisions based on how you feel about something.
But if you are not positioned to make the decision, then you should have somebody else make them.
Yeah.
Or just because you can make a decision doesn't mean that you should make the decision.
Yeah,
Sure.
this happens.
Is it right to offload that thought process, though?
This
That's
happens,
an entirely separate discussion, right? Whether
Is
you
it
should
because I think that people's instinct to require and like to have bright line rules is conductive of not everybody being an expert, and those that are not experts will have some baseline functionality, or like delegate the more trickier matters to those who can handle it,
Yeah.
but then can do the basic things themselves.
Unfortunately, we live in an idiocracy. So what you've just said has happened in very, very, very painful recent memory to me and everyone who lives in the UK. So I had to get a lift from my place to Liverpool. It was about an hour and a half with my car in tow to get it fixed. So chatting with the mechanic, and he says, "Oh, what do you think about this Brexit thing?" And I said, honestly, I'm a computer programmer. Don't ask me for difficult questions about international trade and the global economy. I don't know. This is why we have politicians. So they deal with the running of the country. They deal with these sort of problems. I mean, what do I know about it? I failed my GCSE maths, and yet, as a whole, our country got asked. So, what do you think about? Decide on immigration and our global financial policies and all that, because apparently our government have decided to blame us for it. So yeah, it's absolutely happened, and there's no way we should ever have been asked. I expect my government to go away and look at the possibility of leaving Europe and saying, we've done all the analysis, we've spent 10 years looking into this, and it is better to leave/stay. And instead they just asked us, and then everyone just came up with, people started lying. Some of the stuff that went around is just unbelievable. We'll get back to sovereignty of our laws. It's like we can veto any European laws. Oh, they're going to put together a European army. Yes, if we leave Europe, we can no longer veto the law. Do you not understand? But everyone who voted for Brexit voted for very different reasons. And that is a lot of the problem. There wasn't one reason to vote to leave Europe. And fuck you, Garning Paul. And so we've ended up in the situation where we've left Europe. Barring the recent vaccine thing, which has been a bit weird, but it's been a complete disaster, unsurprisingly. So, yeah. Don't ask people. We're not experts. And that's what. So one of the lines trotted out by one of the politicians was, "I think we're all quite sick of hearing from experts." It's like, no. We always want to hear from experts. You're a politician. You're definitely not an expert in this. You're just saying whatever we hear, so we agree with you. So yeah.
So are you against democracy? Should not people or the people as a whole be involved in decision making?
Well, they are. They elect the government.
Yeah, we elect officials who are supposed to represent our views. That's how it works. I mean, yes and no. Unfortunately, what was it? What was it? Hold on. The biggest argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. Said Winston Churchill, which I don't think he did say. I think it was he didn't say it.
But I think it's like Brexit's a really weird one because like. It was a thing initially proposed by our Prime Minister at the time, who thought that it wouldn't pass, and then the other parties fucked him by, like, a lot of people like lied about stuff on both sides, which sort of fucked up the votes. And I mean, that was
350 million pounds a week go to our healthcare system. Why don't we go to Europe? Why don't we spend it on our healthcare system instead? It's just made up. It was never true in any circumstances. And then one of the parties was found to have cheated, illegally so. And then they went, "Oh, the results are in now, so we'll stick to them." Like, wait, hold on. If I do an exam and I get caught cheating, I don't get to keep the results on the basis it's too much effort to undo it. That's not how it works.
The funniest part.
You don't get to redo it either for cheating. Yeah, or because it was a slight error?
No,
but there was a typo on question 3.
If you and I are playing chess professionally and I'm deemed to have cheated, I don't get to keep the prize. You get it.
Well, the thing is it wasn't a binding. It was never a binding referendum.
And then was treated as one.
Yes, because if I guess they felt that it aligned with what they want to happen, or they felt that they would get massive backlash and lose the next vote if they then didn't do it.
Yeah.
Brexit makes me very angry. It really does. But as I said,
it's not a fun situation.
Well, given as a man who I have friends in Holland. Sometimes I have just gone over to Holland to spend time with my friends, and now I can't. I'd always thought maybe I would like to. Yeah, I still can, I guess, but it's more effort. But I thought maybe I would actually just retire to Holland, which is just a lovely, lovely, lovely place. I've had some wonderful, wonderful times there. It's just the most chilled and relaxed place, and full of lovely people. And now I have to jump through a bunch of hoops, I mean, if I lived in Dover, it's 20 miles away, and therefore now I have to go through a whole bunch of hoops just to do that.
Like a few years back, I went to Amsterdam with some mates, and that costed us like £90, and now it's not. It's going to cost way more than that, I would imagine.
Yeah, incidentally, Amsterdam absolutely hate the British, so I did my best not to let on that I was British while I was there.
I mean, I found it was okay.
How are you gonna repair the reputation if they don't know that the sensible person was British?
I took the path of least resistance. I was a visitor, not a tourist, was the phrase that I was using. But yeah, I was staying with friends, so I wasn't going out and getting drunk and then getting stoned and then having sex with prostitutes.
No, I mean, me and my friends were going to like some game tournaments there for fun. It was an international card game tournament. Yeah, right. And we like failed on the first day because it was a multiple day tournament, and we just decided to explore the city. So like, I guess we're technically tourists, but like, I don't know. But we weren't like, hooray, let's get pissed.
I did laugh. I mean, we always get the same questions from the English people to the Dutchies in the channel, going, "Oh, you'll get stoned." They're like, "No." They're like, getting stoned in cafes, that's for tourists, not for locals. Which is honestly, not always true, but it's a similar sort of thing.
Honestly, I found it so funny because I was like just walking around. It was so hot when we were there, and like I was just super thirsty. I went to a cafe and I was like, "Can I just get like a water, please?" And they're like, "Yeah, if you buy some weed with it." For fuck's sake.
They're called pushers.
Yeah, because the only reason they can sell the weed is if they sell it with something, or something like that. I don't remember the reason now.
How much did you buy?
Oh, I didn't. I just went to a shop down there. Yeah, the drugs part didn't really appeal to me personally. I didn't do much of it. I find a lot of comedy in being the one that doesn't get drunk or high and just watching the madness unfold
yes,
around me.
I absolutely can agree with that one. People go, I had a really good time last night. I'm like, I assure you, you absolutely did not have a really good time. Your memory is definitely skewed on this matter.
Yes, but like a lot of it, so we all like shared like giant like 7 people or something. It was a mess, and like 3 or 4 of them had like weed brownies and they were like falling off the bunk beds. And we were just watching and laughing. It was great. They didn't remember that though.
The best thing was just making stuff up that happened because no one could argue. I used to love doing that as a younger gentleman. Yes, I'm curious.
So we have Rec Room tomorrow.
We do.
I'm a pancake player, so I'm expecting to like convert the difference or something, but it's going to be more fun for the goggles people.
I mean, I think 2D is okay. I will say I think the 2D version lends itself a lot more to the stuff like the paintball and all that, which obviously some people won't be able to do in VR.
All of us. We don't have to be able to do that because we don't want to feel sick. Remember, Max and Rob probably have 5 or 6 hours in VR at this point.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we did do it for a while. They were okay for a little bit. It wasn't like if we did do that, I would say leave it to last.
Ideally, you want to finish it off not feeling sick. You don't want to go, oh, I feel sick, I better stop. You want to finish it with, wow, that's great, rather than lay down.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, even I sometimes feel a bit sick if I do it for too long, but I'm usually okay for like half an hour and a half or so. But that's just me, I guess.
I am absolutely the most sensitive side. I think I mentioned before, the weird thing is, if I'm on the motion platform, it doesn't matter what it is, nothing. Not a single twinge. So Elite Dangerous is perfect on the motion platform. And
on planets?
So weird. Well, it didn't work on planets, unfortunately, so...
Right, yeah.
But yeah, the way the charades works on it's interesting. Or was it charade? I don't remember. But
depends if you're posh or chav.
Yeah, right. But like it teleports everyone into their positions behind the stands or whatever. And
then you just have to say out loud the word you want the other people to say. Yeah, that's basically how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're Max, yeah.
No, it's a hat.
But It's a bit. It is like I mentioned, a bit like Pictionary, sort of. Like because the person doing the thing, instead of acting it out, because you can't really do that in VR. That you get like a drawing pen and you draw in the air with it.
You might not be able to act it out, but I certainly can.
I mean, I tried to a bit when I did it. Like I got like DJ as one of my prompts when we did one, so I drew a disc and just did a little hand motion.
Why don't you just do one hand on your ear, and then?
Well, you can't really see.
Like,
well, unless you have like an index controller, you can't really open your hand that much and hold.
Don't need to. So it's just. I don't know what else I could be doing. If I do that, I don't know what else I could be doing. Punching a baboon?
The sand dance.
There's certain things you can do, but obviously it's quite limited because it's just your hands and they're floating. So.
And my head.
And your head. So for that one, you should do it like that, yeah. I just didn't want to like do the hand to the head one, I guess.
Well, I'm sorry that you're terrible at charades, so I'm going to have Max on my team.
We'll see.
That's
Catch you later.
See you tomorrow.
See
ya. Henry, did you used to have a computer? Like an old computer?
Yes.
What did you have?
What do you mean by old computer?
Well, before PCs.
Technically, my first PC was a 486.
No, before PCs. Did you have like an SE or an Amiga or a Spectrum?
BBC Basic for a bit. Didn't really do much with it.
And did that, but playing games.
486 Commander Keen. Keen 4.
Too noob. Okay, never mind. I'm trying to find someone who knows more about old games than me. I'm struggling.
It's your 3D render thing.
Yeah, I want them to go, oh, did you play? And I'm like, ooh. I'm kind of leaning towards either Zarch/Virus, Marble Madness, or Spin Dizzy. Mostly as I think I can do those. Right, are all these trains genuinely making that much money? I think I might just put loads more trains on. I did just duplicate like 4 trains. Because I am playing by myself now, I should probably stop quite soon. Because you're all in chat, so I kind of forget that you're not actually in the game.
Yeah. I'm just watching your stream.
Choo-choo.
Oh, yeah, one other random thing when do you remember there was that thing with the horse meat being
in Tesco burgers.
Mince or something?
Yes.
There was a comment I remember hearing about that where sort of like it's almost like what people complaining about. It's usually the cheapest beef. So the fact that you're now getting something that's actually a lot leaner and a lot healthier for you. Why is that a problem? Almost. Yeah. No, yeah, it's a horse, so it's not exactly the best thing to do. But sort of the quality of the meat has probably gone up in the process.
Yes.
Basically, because they couldn't get enough beef, I think. So.
Yes. I mean, I had a horse kebab, and I'm not joking. It was amazing. I was like, "What is this horse?" I'm like, "Oh, what?" But yeah, horse steaks, and I've not had a horse steak. Is apparently a crap horse steak is as good as the best beef, and yeah, horses. It's just not widely eaten because we use horses for other things. Yeah. Phrasing.
Oh dear.
Oh, what was that Old Testament comment you were making earlier about giving your child to someone? What was the guy's name? Or the
Molad?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know what that is. Max got very defensive. I'm like, dude, I'm asking you a question. You are religious. You do Bible study. You should probably be able to tell me if there are bits in the Bible where they advocate putting people to death. Not me Googling and then going, yeah, look, Leviticus 20, which is Old Testament. I don't think anything in the New Testament advocates. I think Jesus was pretty much don't kill people as a rule.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where you have your chance to shine and to say, aha, in fact, it doesn't. It just says, thou shalt not kill. But apparently with a star, except sometimes when God says, do kill.
Yeah.
Or the army, or the government, or the voices in my head.
Yeah, one comment I did make on the rape thing is, what if you're in a situation of low genetic diversity and you need to increase that genetic diversity?
Well, I think a turkey baster is the solution there, rather than.
Yeah. It's probably a better solution, yes. And there are solutions to be in a civilized society.
Yes.
I thought you just said a turkey for a second. I was like, why you said turkey?
A turkey baster. A turkey.
Yeah.
It's like, do you know the difference between sexy and kinky, Brat? Sexy is using
turkey basters?
sexy is using a feather. Kinky is using the whole chicken.
Right. Okay.
God, I can't make my wood trains any faster, surely.
So what you've been doing with all this sort of straightening of tracks and so on?
Yeah, so these trains are very, very fast now. So it's got to the point where if a train rotates more 90 degrees or more during its length, it loses a lot of speed. So longer trains are definitely the most efficient, but that's harder to make track that actually fits.
Yeah.
They've got so much horsepower that hills don't really affect them, but corners do cause it. So yeah, like we've got quite a lot of people watching tonight. I do think there is something to be said in just longer streams. Shit, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, so. I mean, what? About long streams, I mean.
I have noticed when I do long streams, you do just get people who join and just don't leave. So
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
just running a longer stream can net you a lot more views. Like a 10-hour stream will let you more than 10 times a 1 hour stream, if all other things are equal.
Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to just stream, like, my other monitor that doesn't have the work stuff on it and just chat to people while I'm doing it. Because obviously I can't show that on stream, but I can still, like, talk to people, I guess. And, like,
Yeah, I mean,
just have-
I try to say to Ari, I think I should be streaming all the development. I work for quite a lot of hours a day, and it'll get people interested. But he doesn't want to show anything unless it's perfect. I'm like, I think as a general rule, people are far more keen to see stuff that's partly finished and live from the dev than worry about a super polished thing. Because that's what everybody does.
Especially other developers.
Yeah, but he was like, yeah, I'm not. But that's not his sort of thing. He's definitely of the I don't understand why people watch other people play games mentality.
He doesn't even use Twitter, does he?
No.
Like, to the, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I should
remember you saw.
probably
I
get
saw
access
you-
to their Twitter or our Twitter rather.
Yeah, I was just saying, so I remember you talking to him about Twitter on the Discord, right?
Yeah, and he's like, I don't really understand it. I don't really get it. I'm like, you should. It's quite important that you.
Yeah.
Like you don't. The point is, some fans do.
It's best to be on as many major social platforms with stuff like this as possible.
Yeah.
Just for reach.
Yeah, because I mean, some people are using Instagram as essentially they use Instagram as a Twitter, which is weird.
Yeah.
But what? No, Instagram is for photos of food, surely, but
No,
apparently.
I see people post like their sketches and stuff on Insta and like their game development stuff, and it gets some attention. So.
I have a weirdly large number of Instagram followers because the only thing I put on my Instagram is pictures of my Lego.
What, not Dora?
No, just Lego. Legos on my Instagram, nothing else.
Nice.
Oh, that track comes. Wait, what? No, I've got. How does that train get back out? I guess I just run it straight down like.
Oh wow, it's taken so many years, but Dota's just announced they're adding a new player experience. Oh my fucking god.
I don't know what that means.
They're adding a tutorial that's up to date. They haven't had one in like 8 years because the game keeps changing. Yeah, there's a reason they struggle to find new players, I think.
Really, only because everybody already plays it. I think that they're at the unfortunate thing with Warcraft. Anyone that's likely plays those sort of games is already playing those sort of games.
Well, I think they're releasing one now because they're coming out with the anime, so they're expecting an influx of people from that to come try the game for like the first time. And the Netflix trailer for it has like 3 million views or something, I think. Which isn't too
Oh
bad.
god.
Yeah.
That's gonna hurt. Yep. Yeah, I should stop in a second or I will end up playing this all night long. And I have got work in the morning.
But the long stream gets more viewers. How many viewers are you on?
9.
9? Oh, is that across both platforms or?
5 on Twitch, 4 on YouTube.
Okay.
No, it's weird. I've just not worked out. I mean, I mean, my dev streams get loads more. I mean, I sometimes have a couple of hundred on dev streams, and sometimes many
Yeah,
less. And I'm like, yeah, but no, like even within the dev stream, sometimes I have 200, and sometimes I have 12. I always get more, but then I'm like, why? What's with the massive disparity?
I've seen those on like your Twitter and stuff, or?
Yes, I am. But my point is, sometimes it's 10 times as big as other times.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I do think obviously that's quite a long stream comparatively, and I think that also helps.
It does.
That, and I feel like there's a bit of a, I don't want to say a unique selling point to that, but like,
Well,
it's
no,
all just
that's not the point. My point is not it does more than the gaming streams. My point is I fluctuate by an order of magnitude, and I don't know why.
I think that's just, I don't want to say it's normal, but like, that sort of, I want to say range between like 0 and 3 viewers is the hardest to get out of, I would argue. Because as soon as you start breaking that viewer barrier, you get the algorithms start picking you up more, and it pushes you further up the list and stuff like that. Especially on Twitch, because like there's just floods of like 0 to 2 viewer streams on there that just never get seen. If you get what I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like I would definitely expect your dev streams to get more viewers.
Oh yeah, no, I would too.
Yeah. Because the rest of us are boring, clearly. No, but no, like obviously it's a unique style to be able to stream your game, and you're like the only. Well, I don't want to say the only person because are you the only developer right now on it? Or
On
I guess
what?
it's the Fortress Craft stuff, I guess.
Well, no,
Yeah.
Cleedron is also there.
Right, but like you're like the only people that can provide that kind of insight into Fortress Craft specifically. So you sort of have your own market there, right? Within that, however big that market might be, I don't know, but like any developer, I would imagine would have a massive advantage viewership wise of when streaming their own game, because they can provide something that no one else really for that game specifically. Oh, is it the elevator thing you were talking about?
Yeah, I said the proving Einstein's elevator wrong. I was under the impression the canonical solution to that was you shine a beam of light and go, the beam of light is dropping by 9.8 meters per light second.
Yeah.
But I can't remember because it's a very long time since I have read about it. I am talking about the Fortress Craft that was on the Xbox, yes. Yeah, so the Fortress Craft that was on the Xbox 360 is being re-released in about 3 weeks.
Is that going well?
I'm about 2 weeks behind schedule.
Ah.
But unfortunately, I can't find the bit. I've got it in a book somewhere. I need to dig out the book. Ah, well, quite a lot of people played it a long time ago. It was a supremely popular game. And I am re-releasing for the anniversary of Fortresscraft's 10-year anniversary. 10. I'm re-releasing. I say re-releasing it. It's quite a lot of work, and I'm already prepared for anyone who disses it and goes, "Oh," I'll be like, "Go and watch the hours and hours and hours of development I put into developing this, and then you can tell me whether or not you think my time is worth it." But it's 2046 now, so I am going to save.
It's 2021, I'll have you know.
Very good. And then we'll finish this off next week, and then we will decide how we want to start the. What we'll probably do is finish it off next week, then start it on Steam. This game comes out on Steam next week. Okay. After only 30 years, I can't remember what it is. Many moons.
Do you feel old?
No.
No? Okay, fair.
Right. Thank you all for watching. We will see you all tomorrow. And don't forget to like and subscribe.